Yes, hello, karibuni sana. It has quite been long since we met last. Nimesema nikuja kwa haraka, so that we can discuss the outcomes of some of the things which have happened, and it is my hope that mmekuwa sawa. So karibuni kwa kipindi yetu siku ya leo, na nataraji ya kwamba mmekuwa buheri wa afya, you are okay, and you are able to connect with what is happening in the country. Yeah, thank you, and I hope bado mumeshikilia huu wito wetu, especially where we trust and we believe that we can deliver. Yeah, karibuni sana. So nashukuru sana kwa kukuja. Ukiingia kwa kituo kama kawaida unasalimia watu. Yeah, karibuni. So tuko kwa kipindi. So we were able to deliver the one time. So nafikiria pia tunaweza deliver the Kenyan one now is possible with that in mind. So wacha kwanza niwekee vile Gachagua walikuwa anafanya leo Machakos. So this is what Gachagua did in Machakos, na itakuwa ni kitu ya busara tukisikiliza. So ukiingia kwa kituo pia unasalimia watu, usikae peke yako. At least we know the people who are joining kipindi. So let me begin with what Gachagua said, and then sasa niwarudisha Malawi.
Moyaseo ingi hapa ni Masaku, bedroom ya Kalonzo Musyoka na mama governor wa Vinya Ndeti. Sasa mimi najua ni mtu ya kusikiza ground. Nimekuwa Amerikani juzi, nimerudi hapa nchini. Sasa nimekuja kusikiza hapa town. Munasemaje? Ati munasemaje? Masaku munasemaje? Harambe.
One time.
Wewe Ruto.
One time.
Wewe Kasongo.
One time.
Wewe Zakayo. Wewe Kaongo. Wewe mwizi. Wewe muuaji. Kasongo aende asiende? Kasongo aende asiende? Wangapi wanasema Kasongo aende? Kasongo aende? Mimi nauliza watu ya Masaku, tunataka kuomba ruhusa huyu Kalonzo Musyoka, mtupatie tutembee na yeye Kenya tukatafuta serikali. Mumetupatia ruhusa? Mumetupatia ruhusa? Mtamshikilia na chama cha Wiper? Alafu sasa hapa tukiondoka Masaku, mzee yule atachunga hii boma. Tukienda na Kalonzo, Kasongo asiingie hapa ni nani? Nani atachunga hii boma? Wavinya anaweza hawezi? Ni mzee ya boma si mzee ya boma? Achunge boma asichunge? Sasa mimi nauliza, Kasongo amekuja hapa Machakos leo, na hii mtu iko madharau. Asubuhi amefuta mativo, ameweka kipokeboi. Ni madharau si madharau? Alafu anasema ati nyinyi Wakamba ati atanunua nyinyi. ati pesa kidogo. Ati mbuni akitoa 1,000 mtapatia mtu ya Kasongo. Inawezekana? Mimi nimemwambia, hi cousins. Hi cousins. Cousins hi. Mimi nataka kutangaza nikiwa hapa, tumekubaliana na viongozi. Sisi watu ya Mulima na watu ya Ukambani, sisi ni familia moja. One family. Si ndio? Sisi ni familia. Sisi ni cousins. Mimi nimemwambia William Ruto anasubua huyu Kalonzo. Kutuma maaskofu, kutuma wajumbe ati huyu Kawaya ati waongeleshe aende kwa Kasongo. Anaweza aenda kwa Kasongo huyu? Mimi nataka kutangaza kwa niaba ya familia. Wewe Kasongo, kama uko na haja ya mtoto wetu wa familia hii Kalonzo Musyoka, ukuje uongee na mimi, ndio msemaji wa hii familia. Tumekubaliana? Na nimemwambia Kasongo, kabla hujaongea na mimi, kwanza ufuvue ile watoto umeua. Tumekubaliana? Kasongo aende asiende? Atembee asitembee? Ni one term si one term? Harambe! Wacha nione watu ya one term. Asante.
Thank you. Ngoja Senator aseme akaribishe mama mwingine. Hawa kina mama wanachunga boma, ama sivyo? Kama mama ndaka moja.
Acha niongee, naongea na hii. Ana mama zako mwaseo. Hata iwe Yesu. Mutua hata tiza wazawa. Yaza ni mombese. Kama mama tiwo. Na yue.
I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest.
Ndikwaza ne mwesodo mwakie 2021. Uzandu bia na by election. Ni mundu bakisoyoyo ba ya mumbuni. Nondo tiki soyi ni Kalonzo. Ni mwewa. Tiko soyi no. Na kibila ke yani joko determine 2027. Ni mwewa. Ni kanona mwayai maikabuthia munene. Tiwa mwe monengo ya munene no kubudhwa ni mwewa. Alafu ndiasia hii. Katalambo ndiaza kwe mouwo. Ndiaza katalambo munubanie. Mwina mouwo yu. Sao bia yobisi. Na alama likile obisi na mouimea. Wembe ni ule. Maetangu yo na mwengu kimanza. Ni mwewa. Na ni itete idekasi ya masaku sionde. Andu alama oyete idekasi ya masaku. Ni matangazi ya automatum. Ya kuma na kuthi. Nondo bayo nunge kwa jaka kukita idekasi ya masaku. Ni mwewa mbaito. Adhi mwa hivyo ni Yesu. Na 2027 ndio mwendilikana. Mukandana nye naume. Kwa mbonye ina kwa mbo mukandana nye naume. Asanteni sana, Bwana wabariki.
Huyo ni bibi ya Mudhama.
Mubango ni
Mubango najua mweze neno kia waiba kuna za waiba mweaza komboa Kenya tigo waiba nyene na message mweya William Samoei Ruto tuya mweta iba akatuja kula na akatukenga lakini ila nene siya hithi anu maneti akamba nyene na mutiye na nasioka kwa Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Diasa numwewa omonde no abuta mukamba wa maana muno. Abuta engineer Matibo. Enda engineer Matibo no mukamba wa Monza ola bute to ne William Samoei Ruto. Nendo mutalila akamba Monza la mabute to. Wambe eta wa Pamela wa KNTC. Abuta ne William Ruto. Wakele eta wa olawa NCPB no abutu ni William Ruto. Wakatatu eta wa Professor Meloko wanakanda abutu ni Ruto. Wakana eta wa Angelina Mwau wa KCC abutu ni jao ni William Ruto. Omonde no abuta engineer Matibo. Appointment elona ngene serikali neno yake ni ya mundu ma wita wakabaloko na ke atnenge to keside andola ngima nenge to sindu ila simana moka
Ya kuconfirm hiyo story ya Mativo, ya naona kuna report inasema Ketraco boss Mativo suspended over 400 million transformer procurement scam. Yani kama kulikuwa na scam ya amekuwa by the way mkubwa wa Ketraco. I think Ketraco ni story ya stima. Yeah, so he has been suspended. So I think that's what they are talking about there. But kama kawaida, unajua Kasongo anakutafutia mashida alafu anaweka mtu yao. So simuliona ile list ilikuwa na watu karibu 60 people wa kutoka Kalenjin land. So I think it's part of Kalenjinization. So mnatoa kila mtu mnaweka. I think it's part of allegiance. You want people who are paying allegiance to him.
Ambola nenge to bunne moto akabaloko na ja nenge to ba ministry ite maana. No manage akamba yenena
Hiyo ni speech ya Gachagua kweko, but pia nitawaekea hiyo event alikuwa Ukambani for your listening also, so that you can also appreciate what the one-term movement is talking about and how we can be able to deliver. But the most important thing nilikuwa nikitaka pia to analyze hapa is the way issues are percolating in Malawi, where Chakwera, in quotes, the God chosen, if you remember Chakwera vile alikuja, it was the system kama ya Ruto tu. He used the church that time, alitumia the Presbyterian, and I saw people were very happy when Chakwera won, because people felt like the church had won in Malawi. Only that I think there was a lot of dissatisfaction in Malawi when the guy got into power. I think he was not able to solve corruption, give people employment. You know, every government faces the same issues. It is always employment and corruption. Those are the major issues which people want handled. So wewe unaingia pale, people umeingia na neno la Mungu, people have given you a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of insight, a lot of power, and then you purge them. You do purgery to them. So that is the frustration actually which makes some of these people get voted out. And there is likelihood that Chakwera will not get a second term. Chakwera might get out. He is 70 years old. So I don't know if he will remain in politics again, because some of these people, they just come in politics and disappear. So sijui kama sasa Chakwera will be able to reincarnate again if he loses power now. And there is likelihood that Mutharika Peter might return back to power. I think Mutharika was in power some time back, watu wakamuondoa. So the same spirits which are flowing in Malawi, they can actually flow in Kenya. So see that we cannot deliver this. We can deliver this. So hiyo story ya one term is very much deliverable. Ni watu kujipanga. There is a lot of dissatisfaction in the country. So that is something which we can confirm without much talk. Dissatisfaction is there. People are not okay. People are not well. So that is something we can handle. So, and we will continue on building a momentum and a revolution from where we are. And as long as we will be able to build that momentum, hata Kasongo akiamua kuiba kura itakuwa ngumu. So you can trust that stealing of votes in the next election cycle will be a bit difficult, because already we will have sacked him from any point of mobilization. And that's what we need to do. Volumes, we sack him. of watu, we make sure that nowhere people are listening to the government, hata akikuja kubribe watu na pesa. So anyway, wacha tusikilize hii speech ya Gachagua inside the church so that it can give us. So kuna hiyo story ya Mativo being suspended, ndio hii. Yeah, but I don't think that Ruto is honest suspending him. It's just like yes, he might be corrupt. I'm not persuading myself that he might be corrupt, but the motive is sinister. Yeah, so it's not like a good motive whereby you are suspending somebody because you have truly lost money. I think Ruto want that one still kuweka mkale hapo. That's all what I'm reading from it. So wacha tusikie vile Gachagua alisema huko Machakos sasa.
Viongozi wa hapa na watu wa hapa msituni, asante sana baba wetu askofu, the newly ordained pastors, viongozi wetu wa kitaifa, viongozi wa hapa na watu wa hapa msituni. Waitu moyaseo? Moyaseo yengi? Moyaine museo? Wabinda onde? Salimieni kwa haya. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Baba askofu, nataka niseme asanti, and mimi nitoe congratulations yangu to the newly ordained pastors. We wish you well. We wish you God's guidance as you serve the Lord and his flock. Na we are privileged ya kwamba tulipata nafasi to witness this ordination ceremony and to be part of that history that years down the line, mkitoa ushuhuda ya ile miaka umetumikia Bwana, mtasema siku ambayo mlitawazwa hao viongozi kutoka vijijini huko wa Munyoro walikuwa hapa na nyinyi. To be part of the history. Nataka tuseme asanteni sana. Again, nataka niseme shukrani for this sanctuary ambaye mnatayarisha ikuwe ni pahali pazuri ya kumwabudu Mwenyezi Mungu. We wish you well, and along the way with the guidance of our senior leader here, tutakuja tu pia kusaidia kwa hii safari tuende pamoja. Your Excellency Dr. Stephen Musyoka, mimi si mgeni sana hapa. Area hii ya Mtituni, Mumbuni kuelekea mpaka town. 1984 nilikuwa hapa kiwa kijana mdogo nikingoja kwenda university. Nilikuwa mwalimu yule anaitwa UT, untrained teacher, hapa kwa Dhanse hapa. Nilikuwa nasomesha hapo. Tulikuwa tunalipa 1230. Na ilikuwa pesa mingi sana. Ilikuwa hiyo pesa unanunua jeans, unanunua nini, tunaenda disco pale Ngugani. Unajua Ngugani? Na inabaki. Na tunakaa hapa. Tunakaa hapa vizuri sana. So hii area ya Mtituni nilikuwa nakuja hapa kwa mzee alikuwa anaitwa Kavo. Si mnamjua? Ya his son, tulikuwa tunasomesha naye hapo kwa Dhanse. Tulikuwa mwingine Musao hapo. Tulikuwa area hii. Na kwa hivyo mimi kuja hapa nimefurahi sana. Na ninataka niseme kiongozi aliniambia tukuje, nilikuwa niende pande ya Embu. Lakini niliposikia ninaitwa kwa cousins. Hi cousins. Hi cousins. Cousins, hi. Muko sawa makuzo? You know, saa hii vile Kasongo ametusumbua na kusumbua Kenya, mtu nakimbilia kwa familia yake sasa. Si mambo ikiwa ngumu nakimbia kwa family. Sasa when I heard my cousins are calling, nikasema wacha niende kwa family. Sisi na nyinyi we are one family. Si ndio? Na askofu umesema mzuri sana. Sisi Wakamba na watu ya mlima tumeenda hasara kubwa sana for not sitting together and talking na kupanga maneno yetu. Tumeenda hasara kubwa sana. But God's timing is there. Wakati imefika familia ikae pamoja. Yeah? Sisi we are cousins. Niliona Raila akilia huko kwa mazishi. Alikuwa ameenda kuzika mama anaitwa Phoebe Asio. He was crying not mourning the person who was being buried, but the loss of the cousins. Alikuwa analia. Because kama kuna mtu ametumia cousins vibaya ni huyu Raila, si ndio? Huyu Kalonzo and my cousins from the combination have been misused by Raila for 15 years. Lakini tumerevuka. Tunasemanga mjinga akierevuka. So Bwana Tinga, please. Pole. The family is back together. There's nothing you can do. Na tunaambia Ruto, please keep our family matters. Si ndio? Wacha na mambo ya familia. Wewe unatumana hata kila siku watu yako watafuta huyu Kalonzo. Please. Wewe ukitaka Kalonzo uongee na mimi. Yes. Si ndio? Sisi tumeketi na Kalonzo na viongozi ya Wakamba na Wakikuyu na Wameru na Embu. Nimeambiwa for the time being I am the family spokesman. So wewe kama unataka kuongea na Kalonzo, hapana tumia brokers. Kuja unitafu. But before uongee na hii familia yetu William Ruto, wale watoto uliua kwanza ufufue hawa. Then you can talk to us. Siko namna hiyo. This family will stick together. For the reason ya kwamba it is wise for our family to stick together. Kwanza tukiona familia inapangiwa, huyu Raila ametumia Kalonzo na Wakamba mbaya 15 years. Huyu Ruto ametumia mimi na watu ya Mlima vibaya. Sasa wale watu walitutumia vibaya wameshikana. Wale tumetumiwa vibaya na sisi tumeshikana. Si iko namna hiyo? Sasa nyinyi watu ya kutumia watu vibaya mko pande moja. Watu ya kutumika vibaya tuko pamoja. Makazi ni wapendane wasipendane. Wakae pamoja wasikae pamoja. Wakae rada wasikae rada. And William Ruto, please respect this community. Wewe unakuja hapa mitamboni ukilindwa na askari 3,000 kusomea viongozi ya Wakamba. Ati wamekataa maendeleo. Nani amekuzuia kuleta maji hapa Ugamani? Nani amekuzuia? Nani amekuzuia kuleta barabara? And the day you come shamelessly that morning, asubuhi hiyo ukija Ukambani, umefuta kazi Mativo, CEO wa Ketrako, umeweka Keboi mti ya kwenu, adenu unakuja hapa kusomea Wakamba, kusomea viongozi hawa, na unakuja tu kuwachekelea. Ni madharau si madharau? Why couldn't you wait? Kwanza ukuje ufute huyu Mativo kesho. You don't sack him the same day you are coming to Machakos. And then wewe unaita sisi wa kabila. Why didn't you look for another Kamba? Hata uliza Kawaya hawa vibaraka yako. Kunaweza kosekana Mkamba moja? Akuje engineer asaidie pale. Umeweka mtu ya jamii yako. Na wewe umezoea kudanganya watu ati iko ukabila kina Rigiji. Parastatos ya Kenya CEOs 92 ni kabila yako. Nairobi out of 14 OCSs 9 ni kabila yako. The energy sector ni kabila yako. Everything umeweka watu yako. And then you come here to Machakos to lecture viongozi when you have sacked somebody from the community and replaced with your tribesmen. Just how foolish do you think the Kambas are? Wewe Kasongo, wewe this time round this family inakupangia, si ndio? Hii family inakupangia, mumetutumia vibaya for a long time. And let me say this, I want to assure the Kamba nation, huyu Kalonzo mumshikilie vizuri. Mtamshikilia nyumbani, mpatie nafasi tuende na yeye tukatafuta serikali. I want to assure you, hata rudi hapa mikono mtupu. Wacha twende, nyinyi mshikilie hapa, si ndio? Please. na kiongozi anashikiliwa nyumbani. Msipomshikilia nyumbani atashikiliwa na nani? Ndio sisi tuamini tunaweza tembea na yeye tufike. Tunataka tuone Mumbuni mtafanya namna gani. Yes, we are waiting. Na nyinyi watu ya Mumbuni, there is no way mtakuwa hapa mnalia ati Kasongo amenyanyasa nyinyi, ameua watoto, amefanya nini, alafu mpatie yeye zawadi kumchagulia mtu ya UDA. Itakuwa ni ujinga, si ujinga? How do you complain? Kasongo ameharibu masomo, ameharibu hospitali, ameua Gen Z, amekataza maendeleo. Mnataka mnasema ni one term. Then aleta candidate yake na UDA mchague yeye. Nyinyi mtakuwa mnafanya achukulie nyinyi na njia ambaye si nzuri. So mtashikilia huyu kiongozi? Mtamshikilia nyumbani? Mmetupatia tutembee na yeye? Tutafute serikali? Yeah? And we remember this day. Na kiongozi tukifaulu, turudi hapa hii kanisani tuseme shukrani. Finally, niseme. Sasa nimesikia huyu jamaa, hi cousins, akisema ati sisi hatuna akili. Ni kweli, that is true. Ile akili yeye anatafuta sisi hatuna. Hii ya wizi, ya kuiba kila kitu Kenya, hiyo akili hatuna. That is true. Hiyo hatuna. Hii ya kupanga uongo. Unajua alikuwa ananiita tukienda mkutano anasema wewe nikikuja wacha tupange maneno ile tutaenda kuambia watu. Anapanga uongo. Tunasikiza anasema hiyo uongo bado tutosha ongeza. Sasa hiyo akili mimi sina. Hiyo sina. Hii anasema ati sisi ni wapumbavu kwa sababu hii maneno ya kuua watoto Gen Z hatuwezani naye. So ndio anasema hii watu wameshindwa kuua watoto ni wapumbavu. So kama kushindwa kuua watoto sisi ni wapumbavu, it's okay. Si ndio? Anasema hii mtu nilikuwa naye hawezi hakunisaidia. Hangeweza kunisaidia, he had no capacity to help me. It is true. I have no capacity to help you to cheat the people of Kenya because I'm a Christian. Mimi sina capacity ya kukusaidia kupora mali ya Kenya. Wizi. I lack that capacity, William Ruto. Unisamehe, you picked the wrong fellow. Because wao walikuwa wananiambia tunakuja kufanyia Wakenya kazi, ati tutoe watu bottom tupeleke wapi? Ati tuweke pesa kwa mfuko. Wewe ukaanza ile kidogo yuko kwa mfuko ukaanza kutoa. Sasa mimi ningekusaidia namna gani? I am incapable, I was incapable of helping you to rape the country, to deflate the national coffers, to kill Gen Zs, to abduct people. All the things you have done for the last 3 years, I was incapable of helping you because that was not in our manifesto. Ile manifesto ulikuwa naye, you abandoned, ukaingia mambo ya wizi. Na ndio uliona hii maneno ya kuua watu ya Gen Z, ulikuwa na mtu hapo CS Interior akakusaidia abduction na kuua watu, ndio ukamuinua kuja kusaidia sasa wizi. Sasa kazi yenu ni pesa ya SHA mnagawanya. Ile mingi inawekwa container pale State House. Hii ingine napatia hii mtu ya Soprano na ndege anazunguka akioga watu. Sasa kama hiyo ndio kazi ulitaka nikusaidie, I'm not available. Si ndio? So mimi niseme nikimalizia, please, we are united, we are one, and we'll agree. Si ndio? Na tutakubaliana. Na sisi ni waangwana. Na sisi tutaweka maagano mzuri, na hao viongozi wako hapa tutaelewana. Na tutatoa kiongozi ya kubabana na huyo jamaa. Si ndio? So sisi tutakuja Mumbuni kupiga debe ya hiyo kijana yetu Kisoi, na tutaendelea pamoja, we'll work together, but we want to assure you that we are good people and we'll work together. Watu ya family tukae pamoja? Tukae pamoja familia? Familia ipendane isipendane? Ikae pamoja isikae pamoja? Kwa hayo mengi, asanteni sana.
Yeah, so that is what happened in Ukambani. where Kalonzo and Gachagua did salvik. Wacha kwanza niwekee taarifa ya kutamaushisha hapa. Sijui kama mumeona Sudi amefukuza father leo. So wacha niwekee kidogo muone Sudi akifukuza father wa Kikatoliki. Halafu niwaekee huyu Chakwera vile ameruhusu uchaguzi, and we call it a day. Yes. So naweza weka nini hapo, link. Kama unataka kujoin, you can join na uchangie. So where is Oscar Sudi? So Oscar Sudi chase father.
Doritos golden sriracha. Spicy. In the heart of Eldoret, Kenya, a funeral turned into a political battleground. Kapsaret Member of Parliament Oscar Sudi, known for his unfiltered style, clashed with a Catholic priest over who gets to speak at his aunt's burial. But why? And what does this say about the state of Kenyan politics? Buckle up, because we are diving deep into the latest chapter of Sudi's controversial saga.
Tunasema karibuni sana, akiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Oscar Sudi.
Imagine this, you are at a funeral, mourning a loved one, and suddenly the MP tells the priest to hit the road. Yes, you heard that right. Oscar Sudi, in a move that's as bold as it is bizarre, directed the priest to leave the ceremony. Na kama padri huna time, tuko na padri wengine hapa, unaweza enda, he said. Translation, priest, if you don't have time, we have other priests here, you can leave. This isn't just a clash of egos, it's a window into the volatile mix of politics and religion in Kenya. But let's not jump ahead. First, let's unpack what happened.
Asanteni sana, tuketi chini sasa.
September 20th, 2025, and the burial of Sudi's aunt, Pauline Chelimo Kipkore, was supposed to be a solemn occasion, but tensions escalated when the Catholic priest tried to limit politicians' speeches, a common protocol to keep funerals focused on remembrance rather than politics. Sudi, however, wasn't having it. He took over the days, demanding respect for the mourners and insisting on paying tribute his way. But it didn't stop there. Sudi's frustrations boiled over and he told the priest to leave, suggesting other priests could continue. This move, captured on video and shared widely, has sparked a firestorm of reactions. It's not just about a funeral, it's about power, respect, and the ongoing tug of war between politicians and religious leaders in Kenya.
Mimi nataka niombe kanisa tafadhali, kwa heshima kubwa. Hatujakuja kufurahi hapa. Na huyu Sengeni nimeteseka na yeye sana, nimehangaika na yeye sana. Tunataka tumpatie heshima. Na kama battery unaona hauna time, tuona battery wengine hapa unaenda, huyu battery aendelee. Tafadhali tuheshimiane.
Ninaomba utuitie father, mwambie hatuna maneno, ni wakati tu tunapambania na hakuna mtu aliye na uwezo ya kuzuia majira isikimbie. So sisi tunahitaji kuongea, yeye anahitaji misa, mwambie tunampenda, anaweza tuunga pamoja.
Ya kanisa ni watu. Kama hatungekuwa na watu hapa, hata nyinyi hamwezi pata watu ya kuhubiria. Kwa hivyo muwe mkipea sisi nafasi nyingine. Na hatujakuja hapa kufurahi, tumekuja hapa kuomboleza huyu mama wetu. Na huyu mama wetu ni mama mzee. Hatuwezi weka yeye kabla saa 8 au saa 9. Na sisi tunashukuru sana watu ya hapa sababu ya ukuja kwa wingi kabisa. Na lazima saa ingine tunapewa heshima sababu tunapea hata hawa heshima. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Ninaomba hivi tusikosee kanisa heshima, kwa sababu hata mwenye anaongea ukifa utazikwa na kanisa.
Najua nilipatia Catholic pesa.
Mheshimiwa Sudi, hii jambo si geni. Unajua wewe ni mediator yangu na Father Godius. Siku ingine tumepitana na Father Godias kwa maneno kama hii. Ile siku mlikuja mazishi ya babangu Kirwa na Father Godias akaniharakisha na tukalimana na tukaagree tutakutana mbinguni tusikutane duniani.
Now let's rewind. Oscar Sudi isn't new to controversy. This man, who rose from humble beginnings to become a force in Kenyan politics, has a track record of clashing with authority, especially religious authority. Remember April 2025? When he defied a church bishop's directive at PCEA Githurai Church, he contributed a whooping 200,000 Kenyan shillings to the choir, ignoring the bishop's rules. But it's not just churches. Sudi has been at the center of debates over LGBTQ rights, condemned drug peddling, and even faced legal challenges over his education background. His rise from a poor family to a flamboyant businessman and politician is a story of resilience, but also one marred by controversies.
Wakati anashuka, huyu askari akakuja mbio kama ameshikilia pistol kwa mkono yake na amekoka. Akakuja sasa, mimi nimesimama nikimwangalia akikimbia. Sasa nikafikiri tu ni kawaida, nataka nisikize kile anasema. Kufika akanigonga, akapita na mimi. Vita ikaanza hapo. Ama amenisukisha lakini hapo na bunduki. Hakuna kitu ningefanya.
This latest incident, it's another chapter in a book that's far from finished. So why does this matter beyond a single funeral? Because it highlights a deeper tension in Kenyan society, the uneasy relationship between politics and religion. Funerals in particular have become stages for political performances where MPs like Sudi use the platform to connect with constituents. But when does respect for the deceased end and political opportunism begin? This clash isn't just about Sudi and the priest. It's about a broader question: who controls the narrative in moments of grief? And let's be honest, Sudi is not alone. Other politicians have faced similar pushback from religious leaders, but Sudi's approach, it's like watching a political chess game where the queen sacrifices herself for a checkmate. Bold, risky, and undeniably attention-grabbing. The internet, of course, exploded. Hashtag Sudi versus priest trended, with Kenyans divided. Some praise Sudi for standing up to what they see as overreach by religious leaders. Others condemned him for disrespecting.
If you live in a South Carolina zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. South Carolina drivers pay the most for car insurance out of any state in the country. As we all know from the recent 2025 leak, insurance companies are now in trouble for overcharging South Carolina drivers by as much as 80%.
The internet, of course, exploded. Hashtag Sudi versus priest trended, with Kenyans divided. Some
Okay, hiyo ni story ya Sudi na Faro wa Kikatoliki. I don't know how he is going to solve that, but it was extreme for sure, and it is something which we are watching and observing. So, as usual, as you know, like Sudi is not a very serious man in life, so I'm not amused of that. So let me enter into the bottom line of our story today. How Chakwera is losing election, because there is possibility Chakwera will lose the election. We saw evolution in Botswana, so yeah, we saw him voting. So nezaanzia na kuwaonesha Chakwera akipiga kura. Na kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia kwa kituo mniambie. Bure unaweza kuja unikute. That is the voting space. That is the wife. I think it's a school. Just like the way we do it in Kenya. It's a school. That is the blue. I think yeah, when you open air, you put in a few open air. I see. Okay. Ama ni Kalonzo alikuwa ametoa vitu juu ni rais. Amerusha. So that is how you voted. So anyway, you voted. So, but it looks like we might have Mutharika 2.0. Ni vitu zinajirudia dunia mzima. Even in America we got Trump.
Welcome to Africa Insight. In this week's video, we discuss an election in the southern African nation of Malawi. Salo, tell us what's happening.
So Malawians experienced significant deja vu this Tuesday, September 16th, when they headed to the polls, confronted with very familiar options. The main and frankly only viable presidential candidates were the incumbent, President Lazarus Chakwera, and former President Peter Mutharika. It was their fourth head-to-head. Now, I think by any metric, the Chakwera administration has been a huge disappointment, and early projections show that Malawian voters felt the same way. We won't have results for a while. The MEC has 8 days to call the presidential election, 14 for the parliamentaries, and the country's voting system is very much an analog, physically counting ballot papers kind of thing. But like I said, early indications are that Mutharika will finish ahead of Chakwera. The big question is rather, will he get more than 50% of the vote, or will the country, for the first time since the rules changed, head to a runoff election in 30 days? And it's perhaps unsurprising that Mutharika's DPP is leading Chakwera's MCP in earlier results. But again, no party looks set for a majority, meaning another coalition government is loading.
That's interesting, Lo. So you've mentioned that Malawi is unusual in the fact that no party has achieved a majority since Hastings Banda first allowed multi-party elections in 1994. Is this true?
Yes, indeed. And so Malawi has had a succession of coalition governments for more than 30 years now, and there's no reason to think that's about to change. Malawi is also notable for going through peaceful transitions of power multiple times now, and this election looks the same. Now, Mutharika came into the election in a strong position, notwithstanding his age. Jeben, he is 85. Or his lack of vitality. He was often absent from DPP events, and his appearances were carefully stage managed. His running mate was controversial too, Jane Ansah. She was the head of the Malawi Election Commission in 2019, was removed shortly before the court-ordered rerun in 2020. And so Mutharika's success was perhaps less about his election offer and more due to Chakwera's poor record, especially on the economy. Indeed, many voters said they believed life was better during Mutharika's first term and were willing to run the risk of.
The new Popeye's Hot Ones menu has something for the spice curious, the spice lovers, and the full-fledged.
And the news continues in southern Africa as Malawi's election results continue to trickle in. Security at the National Tally Center has been significantly beefed up to ensure the safety and integrity of the process. The latest results released last night by the Malawi Electoral Commission indicate that former President Peter Mutharika is currently leading in several councils. And we'll now cross over to our correspondent, Bongani Sisiba.
So anyway, Mutharika is leading. He's quite old, 85 years old. I think Malawi walikuwa amechoka na huyu Chakwera, so they didn't mind of age. Or what they minded was they needed a president who could get them away from what is happening now. That is what happens at times when a country enters a frustration phase. So the choice does not become a problem. What is a problem is, when are we going to get this person out of power? So that's all what matters and mattered. So let's hear what Bongani said.
For the latest update. Bongani, good afternoon. Can you give us an update of what's happening right now?
Good afternoon to you, Queen, and also our viewers at home. Yes, indeed, the security has been beefed here at the Malawi National Tally Center. If I could move away from my camera just to show you the polling boxes continue to come through here, where we can see the MEC bringing them inside the center. then opening them, where the agents that are here also helping to do that. Then they go to the MEC members where they are being checked, tallied, as we continue to wait for those figures. Who is going to lead Malawi for the next 5 years? Malawians are still waiting for that. But let me bring in a journalist, Kathleen Malindi, just to take us through what has been happening here. Good afternoon, Kathleen.
Yes, good afternoon.
It has been a long and tiring days. What's going on now? We have been seeing boxes coming, and Malawians are eagerly waiting. Out of this center, what are the sentiments of Malawians?
Malawians, I would say that they are growing impatient. Because this is the first time they had to wait for this long to hear the official results from the Malawi Electoral Commission. In the past, things were not like this. Once people voted, maybe it could take just 2 days, and then the announcement of official results could commence. So at the moment, things have delayed, maybe because of the change of the electoral law. You understand, after the Constitutional Court in 2019 nullified the presidential election, the Constitutional Court referred the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Election Act, asking members of Parliament to amend it so that it should align to some of the determinations that they made in their ruling. So some changes were made to the law, and among those changes is that MEC should be given 8 days to conduct an election and make sure that the results are announced within that period. So after the voting day, MEC has 8 days to make sure that to conduct the process of receiving the results, the verification of the results, and the announcement of the results within the 8-day period. So this is something new for Malawians, and the people are so impatient out there waiting for the results. I remember the day that we voted, the following day we started receiving the results, but even into the second day, post the voting day, MEC had still not yet started announcing the official results. To make, I think, 4 days to start announcing the official results. So people are not used to what is happening, and the people are worried. They want to know the results. The impatience is there. We can see on the social media Malawians complaining, pushing MEC to go further into the announcement of these results, because people want to know who is the winner.
Speaking of pushing MEC, we know that the DPP came out and said they have seen irregularities. Could that stop this process that we are seeing now because of these irregularities? And also speak on the 8 polling agents that have been arrested.
Okay, so maybe let me comment on the what the Malawi Congress Party, which is the ruling party in the country, said last night about the irregularities they say they have seen in the Mangoshi election, Kasungu, Nchisi election. The running mate there, President Lazarus Chakwera's running mate, Vitumbiko Mumba, held a press conference where he was complaining that they have not these anomalies, and that they won't make to suspend the process in those districts and conduct an audit to see what really happened. To me, I would say that would not affect the processes we're seeing here, because yesterday, MEC, after that press conference held by the ruling party, MEC also held its own press conference, and the chairperson, Anna Beontali Manja, indicated that whatever is happening out there will not stop the process. What is going to happen is that MEC will indeed look into the complaints that are being filed by complainants, but while they're doing that, because they have a special desk that looks into that, while they're doing that, the processes in terms of verifying the results would still be continuing. So I don't expect that to affect the processes, because also MEC chairperson indicated yesterday that they are still working within the 8 days, and it is their hope they can't go beyond 8 days, because that would be illegal. So they said that they are doing everything possible to make sure that everything is sorted. People do get the results immediately on the 8th day, or maybe before the 8th day. Okay, and also let me explain about what she said on the issues that were being raised by the Malawi Congress Party. The Malawi Congress Party mentioned that they have already filed a complaint with MEC, but MEC said they haven't received that complaint, and that the complaints that they have are from individual. Some people, I don't know whether they belong to the MCB or which party, but she just said we've received complaints from some individuals and not the party. So talking on that, about that, I don't know if indeed the MCB has filed the complaint and it's just a case that the complaint is not here yet. I do not know, but that's the desk there where people are filing their complaints. I don't know if they have now filed the complaint today, but as of yesterday, MEC chairperson said they haven't received the complaint. And talking about the presiding officers whom we've said they have been arrested. Yes, yesterday we were told by MEC chairperson that the 8 presiding officers in Rongo have been arrested and they are being accused of trying to manipulate the results. The Inspector General, Mary Nyolam, was in this room. She was also asked a question on to give much details on what these presiding officers have done. And
yeah, that's Malawi, and what is percolating in Malawi. Yeah, there is a likelihood that Chakwera is losing that election, and I think it's a good signal because it shows what will happen in other preceding countries. Botswana, there was a blow. Now Malawi, there is a blow. It looks Chakwera has lost that election. Maybe I can play more videos which confirm the loss. And in Kenya, Ruto will also lose. So that's not even something which we are talking about. Where was I think I had already seen a video. Chakwera voted out. This one.
Malawi has spoken loudly and decisively. President Lazarus Chakwera, once hailed as the man who restored faith in democracy after the annulled 2019 election, has just been voted out after only one term. His replacement, none other than his old rival, 85-year-old Peter Mutharika, who has staged one of the most unlikely political comebacks in African history. The same Mutharika whom Chakwera humiliated in 2020 now returns with a landslide of nearly 2/3 of the vote. This is not just a Malawian story. It's a warning to every African leader sitting on shaky promises. As of September 18th, with more than 80% of constituency reporting, unofficial tallies showed Chakwera at just 33%. His challenger, Peter Mutharika of the Democratic Progressive Party, was cruising with around 65%. Dalitso Kabambe of the UTM trailed far behind at about 6%. The scale of defeat is staggering. No runoff needed. For Chakwera, it's the end of the road after 5 turbulent years. For Mutharika, it's redemption at 8.
Yeah, you can see what has happened in Malawi. So this is what is happening where people are saying you can vote mosquito, you can vote anything. Tunaweza pigia chochote, mosquito chochote. Peter Mutharika, I think, who is the brother of Bingwa Mutharika, who was a former president. I think this is a dynastic return. So a dynastic whereby people in power returning back to power because there was no better probable option. And maybe Malawi people thought that was a better option for them, simply because they had done with the Chakwera. Chakwera came with a lot of hope. Hii tu mauongo ya Ruto tu hapa tu. And from 2019 to now, the country has been in frustration and a lot of debt. And Malawians have now scored their right, where they have been able to deliver a blow to Chakwera. And Chakwera has lost the election. So it is possible to win an election, even from an incumbent. So Kenya tusishtuke, tunaambiwa sasa ati ni ngumu kutoa Ruto. Ni ngumu kitu gani? All we need is we get organized. Even story ya kutoa Ruto is not about the candidate to get him out. It is us as voters to decide we need him out. Any available options, we will tutajua vile tutajipanga pale mbele. So we can do it. Malawi, which is not actually more organized than us, they have done it. I don't think we need to get scared by Ruto propaganda telling us that ni kama kukata eucalyptus, mti ya eucalyptus na razor blade. The way Kibaki said a long time ago, we can do it with a razor blade. We can do it. We can cut the eucalyptus tree with a razor blade. And I don't think Ruto is a eucalyptus tree. I think Ruto is just a string which you just do like na inakatika. Let's listen to the news of and then sasa niwachezee some other Kenyan operators and we call it a day. So it looks Kalonzo might stick with us. He seems to be gravitating and keeping his focus in opposition. And I think it's a blessing to us. If there is a way in which we can retain Kalonzo, we don't lose Kalonzo, it will be an advantage to us. It is building momentum. So it is something enjoyable and we need to be happy of that. And please, you can subscribe our channel if you don't subscribe. So sasa tu nilikuwa nikijaribu tu kuwapea hii narrative ya vile Chakwera amepoteza uchaguzi to an improbable candidate, a man in his 85 years. That's a very old man, but Malawi never needed anything to do with the Chakwera. And that's why they said it doesn't matter the choice. All what we don't want is Chakwera. And in life, when you are positioned in such a quagmire, it doesn't matter what is in the ballot. What matters is that we don't want you. Never wish to be at that point. And that is the exact place where Mr. Ruto is. At a point whereby people are not looking at what is available in the ballot. The anger and the enthusiasm is about getting you out. Oh my. So sweet and juicy.
This is actually something that happens once every 5 years, and then the people continue to languish in poverty.
Chakwera's presidency began with soaring expectations. He promised to create 1 million jobs in his first year, fight corruption and rescue Malawi's fragile economy. Instead, inflation ballooned past 27%, foreign reserves collapsed, and fuel shortages became routine. Food insecurity spread, leaving millions vulnerable. Symbolically, $100,000 bridge collapsed under its first vehicle, a metaphor for his government's fragile credibility. Critics say his administration never moved beyond speeches and promises. Even his supporters admitted progress, like reviving passenger trains after 30 years and commissioning new roads, was too little too late. By 2025, frustration boiled over, with 70% of Malawians living under $2 a day. Patience snapped.
So those who have been given jobs to help the president must start working, because people who send a message, they are already sending a message. You have seen what is happening across in Malawi. For fuel shortages and power shortages, people are being voted out.
Peter Mutharika's comeback is nothing short of dramatic. In 2020, after the court annulled his disputed 2019 victory, Chakwera beat him convincingly with 59% of the vote. Many thought Mutharika was finished, but 5 years later, voters preferred his familiar, if controversial, leadership over Chakwera's broken promises. Chakwera is a reverend. He loves to pray. He loves to attend church services. He donates money to churches.
So one time somebody, at that time I started campaigning, and then somebody says, what if you are not elected president? Are you going to go back to ministry? I said, no, you're misunderstanding. I didn't leave ministry. This is ministry.
Amen. Amen.
At 85, Mutharika embodies a deeper African paradox, gerontocracy versus pragmatism. Is this about trust in experience, or is it a desperate return to the past? Either way, Malawians chose stability over summons.
I had struggled sometimes with, what God was saying to me. Pastor, I want you to pastor the nation.
Chakwera now joins a growing list of African leaders shown the exit after a single term. From Nigeria's Muhammadu Buhari to Senegal's Macky Sall, electorates are enforcing accountability in a continent long dominated by presidents for life.
Hey, sir. Good morning, sir. And welcome to Kenya. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Afrobarometer surveys reveal over 75% of Africans want strict two-term limits. That demand is beginning to reshape politics. Contrast Malawi with countries like Uganda or Equatorial Guinea, where leaders cling to power for 4 decades. The message is clear. African voters are no longer patient with empty promises, regardless of party or liberation credentials. Chakwera's defeat resonates beyond Malawi. For leaders navigating economic crisis, political scandal, and growing youth discontent, the election is a warning shot. Broken promises now carry an electoral cost.
Somebody one term. Ataenda one term. Sema one term. Wewe William Ruto. Wewe Kasongo. Wewe muuaji. Wewe mwizi. Wewe
na huyu rais atachaguliwa na vitendo. Huyu amewaambia nitafanya hii na hii. Kwa afya nitafanya hii. Kwa manyumba ya kujenga nitafanya hii, housing. Kufanya Kenya ikuwe full security nitafanya hii. Kwa usalama nitafanya hii. Kwa elimu nitafanya hii. Kwa uchumi nitafanya hii. Mkamchagua. Ikifika wakati wa kura, nyinyi ndio mtasahihisha hiyo mtihani. Na hakuna mtihani inaitwa Ruto must go. Hakuna mtihani katika manifesto yetu ambayo inasema one term.
Meanwhile, Mutharika's victory exposes the contradictions of African democracy. Voters rejected Chakwera's failures but rewarded a former leader with his own baggage. This suggests a political culture where frustration overrides long-term vision. The electorate is punishing incumbency more than corruption. Reverend Lazarus Chakwera came to power preaching change. 5 years later, Malawians decided summons weren't enough and you can keep your prayers in your closet. His defeat underscores a continental reality. Term limits are surviving, but leaders who fail to deliver won't survive their electorates. Peter Mutharika's return at 85 is both ironic and instructive. It raises questions. Is Africa recycling old leaders because of weak alternatives, or are voters simply prioritizing familiarity over experimentation? Either way, Malawi's 2025 election is a reminder on this continent, democracy is not dead. It is messy, unforgiving, and alive. What do you think? Should other countries like Kenya go the Malawi way?
Ruto ni fire si fire. Ni fire si fire. Ni noma si noma. Two term si two term.
Sasa mimi nataka niwaulize. Si mmesikia mtu mwingine tapeli anasema ati atakuja kusimamisha hii affordable housing? Ni mjinga si mjinga? Ni mshenzi si mshenzi? Ni mpumbavu si mpumbavu? Ni mjinga zaidi.
Drop your comments. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Bushabi Junior.
Yeah, sure. That is a lesson from Malawi, and it is something we need to. So hata Ruto atanyolewa bila maji, hiyo nayo sifikiri anatoboa. I think it is beyond reproach. I don't think he can survive this. Ile uchungu wa Kenya wako nayo ni mingi sana, so I don't think Ruto can survive the blow which is blowing in Kenya. The wind of changes are too much. I don't think there is any conviction which Ruto can give to Kenyans na wamkubalie. So we just need to remain focused, and we accelerate on that trajectory ya kusema Ruto must go one term. It is delivering, and it is bringing fruits. Some countries have started getting their reward. So hata sisi ni tushikirie. So wacha niwaekee ngojiri ili musikie our modern day slots, what they say. Huyu ngojiri nataka musikie akicriticize Gachagua, and I don't know he is working for who. I'm also hearing Gathoni wa Mushomba could be a project. I'm analyzing it. It will be too bad, like people can pretend to be part of us, only that they are being used by others. So I'm analyzing Gathoni wa Mushonga, Gathoni wa Musomba footsteps, and tomorrow or the next day, I'll be able to analyze for you.
Hi guys, I know it's been a minute. I know a lot of you are wondering what I've been up to. Some of you have been watching me making noise and
Nataka musikilize ngojiri, not for information, but musikie how some of the people who come from Gachagua backyard are actually the people who are trying to destroy him. It's just for information.
injecting Gachagua. I'm sure you want to understand why. Please watch the next video. Hello everybody, it's been a minute. We haven't been here for a bit, a couple of months. During these months, we have been doing injections, for like approximately 3 months. My Facebook page has been extremely hot. And a lot of people, including friends of mine, don't understand what we are trying to achieve with these injections because we focused on one person. Regarding Gachagua, people say that Gachagua is not the problem of this country. We should be focusing on the leadership of Ruto and the government. And they don't understand. In fact, there's all manner of allegations about why I am doing what I'm doing. Today, I want to take a few minutes to just explain why I have decided to focus on Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua is insisting he is a leader of the Mount Kenya community. In fact, unlike any other person who has had the privilege of being looked upon as a leader of the Mount Kenya community, Gachagua claims that title himself. It's not other people who say it, it's him. He keeps insisting. In fact, when he was in America, he made a very weird statement about why he was dancing.
I'm not sure when he is saying it is not people. I think Gachagua has been anointed by people, even if there was no occasion. But Gachagua was anointed by people. So Ngojiri is wrong on that. Gachagua has been anointed by people because Gachagua has been on the side of the fighting, on the right side of people. So Ngojiri is wrong on that.
With women, and he said as a leader of the community, all the women of marriageable age are his wives. That's why he's dancing with them. He has taken this self-entitlement to the leadership of Mount Kenya to another level we have never seen since the history of the Mount Kenya community. And maybe that's who he is. The problem is that with this self-entitlement and how well he speaks, he's managed to start convincing him. Some people within the community and some people outside the community that maybe he is. And I have taken it upon myself to first and foremost, through these ejections and even through these videos we're going to be doing on a regular basis, we're going to start a series to explain why somebody like him cannot and should not be the leader of a community of 10 million men, women, and children. And let me say,
I think this is a sponsored advert. I'm appalled. Kama wewe father, I'm appalled. I think this is a sponsored advert. It cannot be another way. That's why nimesema tu niwachezee hii ili mujue vile Wakikuyu wanatumika na Wakikuyu wenzao ama na other enemies, because I think this is an enemy of progress in Kenya. No matter how you disagree with Gachagua, you cannot do this. No matter how you disagree, because Gachagua is a firebrand. Gachagua is a diatomite. I don't know why Gojiri is playing this and for who. I don't know, like Gojiri anachezea hii nani. He is a lightweight. Even me, I never used to acknowledge Gachagua, but I have appreciated his steps of redemption. It's appalling. Sure, Father.
That with a very recent utterance that he made when he was in Madeira this last weekend. And at Karatina, he told the people of Madeira that wakai ngumu, meumie, they just continue persevering in the problems that they're going through for the next 1.5 years. Then he's going to become president and he's going to come and solve all the problems. And it made me think. So if you have a child in school, at university, and Gachagua is telling us the university funding model is not working, he's telling me, forget about it. In 1.5 years, I'll come and sort your child. If you're sick and Gachagua is telling us it's not working, he's telling you, 1.5 years, I'll come and sort it. If you're struggling to get a job or to get a living, Gachagua is telling you, I'm coming in 1.5 years. So how practical is that, And it reminds me of a bishop friend of mine. Several months ago, when there was this hullabaloo about whether religious leaders should get money from government leaders, from the president. And of course, a lot of people say, no, they shouldn't. And this guy tells us, somewhere we were saying that him, if money is brought, he will take it, he will build his church. Why? Because a lot of the mainstream churches we have today, some were built by the colonialists, who we say and insist were bad people. But they left and the church still exists. Others were built by Moi, who we all say was a bad person. But he left, the churches still exist. And he said, me, I'll build my churches. Once Ruto is gone, history will judge him, but my church will exist. Reminds me of a story I had about my grandfather. My grandfather was the Secretary General of the independent churches and schools, which was an outfit of the independent church. This was way before independence. And in one sitting, a motion was proposed because the colonial government was taking up schools that the independent churches had built. Somebody suggested they ban those schools.
I don't know why Ngojiri is pretending to be a master of history. I think there are so many things which he is eliminating. The real thing which he should be telling us is how to deal with the Ruto. I don't think he is gaining any leverage by fighting Gachagua. I think Ngojiri is missing a point. I think it could have been more effective if he was telling us how to fight Ruto or how to make sure that second term for Ruto will not be achieved. I think that one we can do it well. But he amengoa. Go ahead, Goji.
So they don't allow the colonialists to take them. But then father said, they're not going to ban the schools. Wacha mzungu achukue. Mzungu ataenda. Shule zitabaki. The day we chase him, we'll take our schools back. Leadership. And this is my problem with Gachagua. Gachagua is insisting he's our leader, but actually he's misleading our community. He's misleading us with these utterances and the hatred he
Yes, again, I want somebody to tell me so that Gojiri can conclude that Gachagua is misleading the community. It is misleading from what? Like, I need an analysis. What is his point of comparison? So, watu wa Mlima Kenya wanakuwa misled on what? Watu wa Mlima Kenya wakiambiwa waachane na Ruto, ama Gachagua akisema we can no longer work with Ruto. Is it being misled? Red flag hapo. Najua mnajua red flag.
Has against Ruto for firing him. He wants us to wear it, all of us. I was at a function and I met a very senior member of this government. And he asked me something very interesting. He asked me, when Gachagua left government, did he expect all of us who are in Mount Kenya, who are from Mount Kenya in the government, to live with him? Because he keeps calling us traitors. He keeps insisting we are traitors. That if you're in Mount Kenya, you are from Mount Kenya and you're working with Ruto, you're a traitor. Some of us.
Yes, which is true. If you are working with Ruto, you are a traitor. You are betraying people. So I think Gojiri hapo, he has confirmed who he is working for. He is a gun for hire for Ruto. So I think ni vizuri saa zingine kusikilizanga mtu. So na kama ulikuwa una expect mtu kama Gojiri to give you sound clarifications on anything, he cannot. Go ahead, Gojiri.
Have been in the executive for decades. We've worked the way our way up. He expects that we are going to do we are going to walk out and we will continue working with Ruto. We are betraying the community. How is that? And this is a conversation we need to have as a community. We need to ask ourselves, must Gachagua be in charge of government for Mount Kenya to be supported? Is he the only one? So that if he's not in government, then Mount Kenya is not in government. We have, I don't know how many CSs.
So he is talking of CSs. Are those CSs working for us? Or they are working for Ruto? Yes, for now he is a person who is speaking our language, Wanangojiri. So you cannot tell us. Yes, we have Kaboko as a CS. We have Lee Kenyajui as a CS. Which representation are they doing for us and for the community? Useless representation. We cannot listen to those people. I cannot listen to Kaboko. I cannot listen to a sycophant. What do you mean? Gojiri, what do you mean? Kura pole pole bwana.
PSs, parastatal heads, member leaders of very critical infrastructure of government, from security to defense forces, who are from Mount Kenya. But Gachagua's intention is to bastardize them to the extent that they can't even do anything to help the community because they are viewed as betrayers and traitors to the community. How is that?
How will Kaboko help the community? How will Kaboko help the community? Because I don't understand in that. Hapo sielewi, like, yes, they are betrayers. If you're working for Ruto, how are you helping us? Like, how is Kindiki helping us? And he is every day working for Ruto na nambo zake. How is Kindiki helping us? No, niwe nauliza bwana Ngojiri, how is Kindiki helping us? How are all those slobs who are working with Ruto helping us? Stop your nonsense. Yes, if you work with Ruto, you're a traitor. So if you pretend that you don't know, if you go there, you don't. If you are trying to defend yourself as you gravitate to Ruto, or you're already working to Ruto, yes, you are a traitor, sir.
Continuing this series, one of the things that I'm going to be looking at is Raila, who Gachagua really wants to be like. How many times has Raila run for president and lost? Once he loses, because he has the aspirations and the interest of the people who supported him, he finds a way of ensuring that this government that he did not vote for delivers for the people who supported him against this government.
That is
Gachagua would prefer we do.
He is defining conmanship, and they now want everybody to be a conman like Raila Odinga. So, Wanangojiri, you cannot advertise conmanship to us. I'm sorry.
Not have any engagement with this government because he's not in it. Forget about the fact that he's the one who went campaigning for it. But some of us were saying he should not be voted for. But because he's been fired from being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, he now wants all of us to hate Ruto with the same hatred that he hates Ruto with. I don't know how practical that is. But even this
Bwana Ngujiri, and that one is okay. That is okay to hate Ruto. We hate him. We hate him. So what do you mean? Yes, we are going to hate him. So Gachagua is not extending any hatred to us. You already met people who are already hating Ruto. What do you mean? We will hate him, sir.
It is practical. It is like me telling the people of Nyeri, who all insist that my bursary process was very, very good when I was in office. And they admit that the current system is not as good. It's like me telling them, don't apply for any bursaries until I come back to office. So these children who are in high school or in campus or in college are supposed to wait and not benefit from this government at all, or from the leadership of the current MP until I come back. That is not leadership. Leadership is helping the people who believe in you to go through the problem that is there at this moment in time. If we agree that there's a problem in the country, Gachagua should be telling Kenya people how to get the best that they can from this government, even as he plans how to remove it. Not telling them not to have anything to do with this government. We will remove it. Roads have been built.
Bro, you cannot work with a government which is killing your kids. So I don't know. I think itakutoa from hapo sasa. So brother, that one you are out of topic. Tatuache mambo mingi. Hapo. Your story imeisha. Yes, we are entitled. We need the government to serve us. Wacha niwaekee Muturi. Wacha niwaekee Muturi alafu you call it.
Kikamba anaongea haina action. Muturi ewe nyumba hizo Kikamba kionde one of our 8.
Yeah, let's listen to Muturi and then we listen to Eugene Wamarwa and I call the podcast na tufunge, but I appreciate for your time to come. Musikia sasa injection ya watu and how they are. Now please share our podcast with the different people. Help people know that we still come live. And it was my honor to be here. So the motto still continues. One time, Ruto must go. I am Muturi.
Leaders, distinguishable beyond the border. Mheshimiwa Speaker, thank you for solidarity na kuonyesha msimamo. Yaani kumefika mahali sasa usimame uhesabiwe na Wakenya. Just understood. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The church, my colleagues, the other leaders, kanisa. God is good. Kwa sababu pia naona muda umeenda sana. Tutachukua muda mfupi, lakini His Excellency amezungumza yale ambayo nilikuwa nimeyaona William Ruto amesema juu saa hizi akiwa hapa Mitaboni. Ilikuwa ni mjibu pia. Kwa sababu mimi najua Mitaboni pia. Miaka ingine hapo nyuma Bishop mimi nilikuwa hapa. Nilikuwa nafanya hapa mahakamani hapa Machakos. Na nilikuwa napenda kutembea hii sehemu. Kwa hivyo Mitaboni nilikuwa nimesikia amezungumzia kule nikasema huyu ndamjibu, lakini His Excellency amemjibu vilivyo. Nataka kuongezea tu Your Excellency, hiyo mambo ya high grade falls vile najua tulizungumza, pia naifahamu. William Ruto amekimbizana na hiyo mambo mpaka mwishowe ikapotea, wakati ile kampuni ya Chinese ilikuwa nataka ichukulie, mambo ikaenda kotini. Sasa imeanza tena akifuata mtindo wa PPP tena, saizi ndio hiyo ameingilia, na tunajua wameenda wakaregister another company huko France, wakaishikanisha na watu wa China. Ndio sasa hii mambo ilikuwa inaenda evaluation, ilikuwa inaenda normal process, ndio hiyo ameenda amesimamisha. Alafu anasimama kusema Bishop, endeni mzungumze na viongozi wa siasa wa sehemu hii, atu amekataa maendeleo. Hii kitu anasema inaitwa broad based, amesema ni ya kuunganisha wa Kenya. Sasa utakuwaje unaunganisha na huku wengine wanasema endeni mnitie viongozi wa sehemu hiyo? Hawa ni wa kuhongwa. Sasa watu watakuwa kununuliwa na zile hela zao. Ile kitu ambacho tunaona kinaendelea katika nchi yetu cha kushangaza sana. Rais Ruto, rais wa nchi, vile Senator Mevo amesema, unasimama mbele za wananchi pale Mombasa mchana, unatukana mtu ambaye miaka 3 juzi tu wewe mwenyewe ulisimama mbele ya Wakenya ukatuambia huyu is a serious organizer, serious debater, grassroots mobilizer. Hayo maneno si Ruto alituambia kuhusu Rigathi, wakati alisema huyu ndiye nataka awe running mate yangu. Kwani Ruto labda kuna kitu imeleta shida kwa kichwa. 3 years down the road unatuambia ati ni mjinga, mpumbavu. Surely president mzima wa nchi, what example are you setting for the youth of this country? Hata watoto wale wako kwa shule, do they expect that kind of language from the head of state? Ndio tunasema jameni, ni lazima Wakenya tuungane pamoja. It does not matter what ambitions, how ambitious we are. This country is bigger than all of us, and we must accept. Mtu anaitwa Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Vile tumeambiwa Chakwera amepelekwa, I know there's a lot of similarities. I was reading somewhere. This country, Botswana, the first president, Sasareta Kama, died in office. The way President Jomo Kenyatta died. His deputy akachukua. Akarudi huyo, akarudi akaondolewa. Vile Moi wakati wake ulisha.
Nataka msikilize hapo, by the way, that similarity, na Muturi amefanya vizuri kuleta hiyo similarity. I want you to listen to that similarity keenly, because it is true.
Died in office. The way President Jomo Kenyatta died. His deputy akachukua. Akarudi huyo, akarudi akaondolewa. Vile Moi wakati wake ulisha. Yule aliingia kama the 4th president, alikuwa kijana ya first president. So mnaona similarities hiyo hapa Kenya. Si hata Uhuru aliingia kama the son of the first president. Alafu pale Malawi, pale Botswana, the fourth president Ian Kama, kijana ya the first president, akasupport the opposition leader. Vile vile Uhuru alifanya hapa. Alafu akakuja akanyolewa. Ule aliingia kama vile Ruto ameingia, mambo yameingia kwa kichwa kule, kama vile imeingia Ruto hapa Kenya, amefanya so there's something, na mnajua tu Mheshimiwa Kalonzo alisema siku nyingine, ile mtu alikuwa na ile kampuni inaitwa Smartmatic, ule alikuwa anaitwa Yose Kamago, alionekana siku moja iko weekend moja alikuwa na mangamanga hapo karibu na Ikulu. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwe macho, hata Gen Zs wetu ambao tunaenda kuchukua kura upya, we must be alert to the possibility of some pre-planned rigging of the election. Na tuwe macho, because we must defeat William Ruto by over 65% of the vote. Ndio tuweze kufanya hii nchi, kwa sababu yale mambo yako ni mengi na mnajua. Ruto tupeleke nyumbani, because we need to restore dignity in the country. He always tells us we restore the dignity of the payslip holder. But we also need to restore the dignity of the Kenyan. There must be respect for the rule of law. Remember, you shoot on the leg. What? How? We want people results, and I keep asking. Ruto amekuwa mitaboni. Robert ametuambia wale vijana wameuawa hapo. Surely, I would have expected even those clergy he is sending to the political leaders here, angesimama pale aseme nataka kutoa msamaha. But Ruto says, if I wronged you, kusema watoto wapigwe mguu, sima, that's not wronging us. Na tayari wengine wameuawa, wengine wamepotea mpaka dakika hii, wazazi wao hawajui wako wapi. Surely, my appeal to Kenyans is, hatutasimama maovu yakifanya nini? Yakitawala. And to remain silent in the face of such monumental transgressions. To remain silent is actually to be complicit. We must not allow ourselves to go that route. Asanteni sana, Mungu abariki.
Hiyo inaitwa salvo ya Muturi, na mnajua zinakuanga kali kali. Salvo za Muturi, they are really attractive. We can't refuse. So please, kama unataka kujoin kipindi, join kabla nitoke. So I'm doing my last video with Eugene Wamarwa, and I call it a day.
Asante sana bishops wetu, mapasta wetu who have been freshly ordained, na Wakristo wa mtituni. Mwai ni museo. Mabinda onde murembe. Unajua hiyo pia? Asanteni sana. Kwanza ni kupongeza the freshly ordained pastors. We say congratulations to you. And also we say to you, there can be no higher calling. And there can be no greater master to serve than the Lord himself. So we are happy to be witnesses here as you are ordained today. Tunasema pongezi sana. Vile vile tunasema, it is not by coincidence ya kwamba you have been ordained on the 20th of September 2020. and you have been ordained on a historic day, you will remember in your long years of service, wherever you may serve, that on the day you are ordained, this was the day the outgoing government of the Republic came to your region. Wako hapa siku ya leo, not far from here today. The day you ordained was a day that the incoming government came to your church. The next president of the Republic of Kenya is right here in your church, attending your ordination. The next deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is here in this church, attending your ordination. The next prime minister of Kenya is here in your church, attending your ordination. The next speaker, attorney general, serikali yote iko wapi? Hapa kwetu. The next member of county assembly, Mumbuni yako hapa. So we want to congratulate you and to request you to pray. You freshly ordained, please pray for our country.
And I like that positivity, that positive energy, that the next president is here, the next deputy president is here. Serikali iko hapo. You need such positive people to actually even do anything. So Eugene Wamalwa anaweza kuwa afanye mambo mingi, but that's the reason why nimecheza hii video. That positive vibe, that positive energy, without it, you can't exert it. The people are just cheering and giving you that, the positive vibe. We need them. And I like that energy which Eugene is saying. The next president is here. The next deputy president is here. The next government is here. The next prime minister is here. That is the vibe you need to win anything. Thank you, sir.
And pray that we have a very smooth transition kutoka kwa hii serikali ya hongo na uongo. Siku hizi sasa kule kwenye ikulu imekuwa ni pahala pa hongo tu. Watu wanaitwa sehemu zote za nchi kwenda hapo wapate hongo ya shilingi 10,000 kila mmoja wao, na vile vile wapate uongo mwingi sana. Na hata huo uongo umeletwa hapa kwenu Machakos County siku ya leo. Rais wa nchi kusimama aseme eti viongozi wa Ukambani hawataki maendeleo. Huo ni uongo, si uongo. Si mnataka maendeleo? Si mna haki kupata maendeleo? Si mnalipa ushuru hapa Machakos? Maendeleo kuja hapa Machakos si lazima eti kiongozi wenu Kalonzo Musyoka enda apige William Ruto magoti. Sio eti governors wenu, viongozi wenu wa bunge waende kwenye ikulu wapewe 10,000 waombe maendeleo. It is their right. Nataka tuambie bwana Ruto, stop this bribery. Stop this blackmail. Hii blackmail umeleta, this is blackmail. Kuambia eti Kalonzo hataki kuongea na mimi, sasa maendeleo hawataki. Hapana. Nchi hii ina katiba na inaongozwa kwa mwongozo wa sheria na katiba ya Kenya. Nchi hii ina Vision 2030 ambayo Mwai Kibaki alituachia wakiwa na huyu Kalonzo Musyoka. That Vision 2030 is for the whole country. Hiyo ndio our blueprint ya national development ya Kenya, and it covers every corner of this country. Kati ya the flagship projects kuna zile ziko hapa kwenu. Tukiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, mimi nilikuwa waziri wake wa maji. Huyu Kalonzo hakuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye alikuwa na Raila, walikuwa kwa kodi. Hiyo haikusimamisha sisi kuleta maendeleo hapa. Alikuwa na Raila Odinga, walikuwa kwenye NASA. Haikuzuia Uhuru kunituma hapa kama rais wake wa maji kuzindua ule mradi wa Twake Dam, the largest project katika nchi yetu katika sekta ya maji. We didn't have to ask Kalonzo Musyoka aende State House aongee na Uhuru ndio tuje hapa Ukambani tufanye ile kazi. We never asked him to do that. Na wakati tumetoka na Uhuru Kenyatta, mradi wa Twake ulikuwa almost 85, almost 90%. Senator Manzo anajua hiyo kazi. Tulizindua huo mradi naye. Tangu Ruto aingie ameweka break huo mradi. High Ground Falls vile Mheshimiwa Kalonzo amesema is a transformative project Vision 2030. Sio project lazima viongozi mwende muombe. It was there. Feasibility studies imefanywa. Ile imebaki ni kutekeleza mradi huo. And once Ukambani has water, this will be the new bread basket of the Republic of Kenya. Rais yoyote anataka kusaidia eneo hili ama taifa letu should do what will transform lives here. Not give handouts. Na lazima tumalize hii siasa ya handouts na bribes. What we want is to do what is right for this country and to transform our country. Na ndio sababu tunasema for us to achieve that, Ruto na hii ushuru yake amefinya kila mtu. Wale anaita state house, ameita walimu. Walimu walioenda state house ni walimu 10,000. Do you know how many teachers we have in the Republic of Kenya? Over 480,000 teachers. Wewe ukichukua walimu 10,000 out of 480,000, kuna 470,000 wamebaki huku Mumbuni, wengine wako huko Saboti, wengine wako huko. Wale wamekuja ni walimu 10,000, umechukua 1,100,000 umewagawia hao. Wale wameshiba wakiwa state house siku hiyo, wale 470,000 wameshiba pia. Na yeye amesema walimu ni wazuri sana, wanampa ile housing levy, wanalipa vizuri sana. Kama uko hapa mwalimu, may I tell you how much Ruto is taking from you? From housing levy, mwenyewe amesema kila mwezi ni karibu 900 million, karibu bilioni 1 anatoa kwa mifuko yenu. Mtu anachukua bilioni 1 kwa mifuko yako na anakuita state house siku moja akupe 10,000, amekusaidia kweli? So this is the politics we want to change. Hii ni siasa ya hongo. And the only way to change it is to change the leadership. Na hiyo tunawaomba ya kwamba hii timu mnaona hapa, sisi tumeamua to do what is right for the country. Na mambo ya uongo hapa tukikaa, tuko na mtu anaitwa Rigiji, anajulikana kama the truthful what? Huyu Rigiji yale anakuambia mchana ndio atakwambia usiku. Huyu Kalonzo is another truthful man. Huyu JB is a very truthful man. Waziri aliyetuambia mambo ya abduction kijana yake aliposhikwa, is a truthful, he was a whistleblower actually, kusema ni nani amekuwa anateka nyara vijana wetu. Alikuwa sasa timu mnaona hapa is the team of truthful. This is how we are going to change this country. And please, the ordained pastors, pray for leaders of integrity to come in, truthful leaders who are going to do what is right and say the truth to the country. Na mimi najua hii itafanyika. Safari yetu na huyu Rigiji, nataka niwaibie siri ama mtambia mtu. Huyu Rigiji alipokuwa anapangiwa sasa kutolewa kwa serikali hii, wakati huo mnakumbuka kulikuwa na moto wa Endarasha, ilikuwa Septemba mwaka jana. Mimi nikamuibia siri, kuna watu wanakupangia. Tulienda kule Nyeri na bwana Kalonzo, tukasema pole kwake na watu wa Nyeri. Na siku hiyo huyu Kalonzo alimwambia, ndugu yangu, will stand with you. When the time came ya impeachment, Rigiji was a very lonely man, lakini alijua kuna Wakenya kwa hii taifa, when they give you their word, you can take it to the bank. And true to his word, huyu Kalonzo, leading all his senators, Senator Kabindo akiwa hapa, Senator Maanzo, Wambua, walisimama na nani? Rigiji. Wabunge wetu wakiongozwa na huyu Mbui, wabunge wetu wa DAP Kenya kina Salasia, kina Simiyu, as we told him in Nyeri, we kept our word, we stood with him. Leo, when Rigiji said we'll work together, karibu mwaka unaenda kuisha sasa, tumetuona tukitembea pamoja. Mnataka tuendelee tusiendelee? Hii safari tulianza watatu, lakini JB Muturi ndio huyu akajiunga na sisi. Martha Karua ako na sisi. Bwana Matiang'i ako. Kuna wengi wanakuja kujiunga nasi. Leo tunataka tuambie msiwe na wasiwasi. The formation of the next government is in place. Ile tunahitaji ni ninyi mshikilie huku upande wa Ukambani. Huyu Kalonzo mkimshika vizuri, mimi naona mbele iko Mbele iko ama mnaonaje? Mnaona hivyo? Na ianze na Mumbuni kwanza, mpe huyu kijana huyu. Wanasema dalili ya mvua ni nini? Mawingu. Wacha tuone hii hapa. Now ordained pastors, tafadhali your prayers apart from praying for the incoming government. Huyu kijana muombe achukue hii kiti. Kule Malava pia tunajaribu mtuombee tuchukue huko. Huyu Rigiji nimetoka Narok, wanasema wako wanakupa kiti huko. Huku mbele bwana Justin Muturi muombe huyu pia. Hii ndio itaonyesha one term is not a rumor. One term is going to be seen in these by-elections. So take this seriously. Watu wa Mumbuni, let us see the signal starting from one. Hiyo ndio nataka staki.
Wow. That speech was so hilarious. I like it. Unity of purpose. At first, I thought maybe ikuachiana viti, but I can see a very concerted effort of people willing to work together. And we need to appreciate that. So I really appreciate vile hii team inataka kufanya kazi pamoja and pushing forward towards doing the right thing. So on that, sina swali, they will work together, they will deliver, they will make it. Sababu tuko nyuma yao. Anything which is against Ruto has to get breath, has to be supported. That is all what we are saying, and we have been saying for days and days and even years to come. Najua uchaguzi uko mwaka moja karibu na nusu nafika. We should not be worried about that. We will make it. Lakini chochote ambacho kiko on the side of the Ruto, or against the Ruto, I mean, it has to get life. Anything which comes in the name of being against the Ruto, it has to be supported. And that is why this one-term movement, they might not be the best orators, but in terms of wanting them to deliver their mission, because we need a team to deliver on our behalf. Na team ndio hii. They will develop characters as we go along. They might not be the best of the best which we want, but they have given that commitment that they are part of us, and they want to make sure that we deliver this one-term movement, one touch. And it is something very serious. So sioni mtu ambaye anaingia kwa kipindi. I will wait for around 2-3 minutes, alafu mimi nitaondoka. But kabla niondoke, nataka niwaekee Kabaroku, so that somebody told me we'll be listening on the side. Maybe before I put Kabaroku, wacha niweke huyu mama wa Naivasha also to speak to us a little bit. Msikie vile anasema, but let's say this train of one term is already roaring. I don't think kuna kitu inaweza isimamisha sasa, and God is on our side and we will deliver. Dalili zimeanzia kuonekana, just as you have heard Muturi narrating. Malawi, they have delivered their one term. Botswana, they delivered their one term. Why should we in Kenya be unable to deliver our one term? So mama, tuongelee. Kwa nini tushindwe na kudeliver one term yetu shuleni? No, God will work in us. Na please, kama hujapiga subscribe yetu, nitaomba tupe subscribe.
Thank you very much.
We'll continue.
Clergy,
mama.
Now, our principals, Your Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Your Excellency Rigiji, my Speaker JB na Honorable Wamalwa, Senators walioko hapa na wabunge na sisi wa mini, Bwana asifiwe. God is good. Wapi hiyo mkono? Msalimie hivyo. Mimi naitwa Jane Kihara, mbunge wa Naivasha, na sio wa mara moja na sio mbili. This is my third term. I was in parliament with His Excellency akiwa waziri wa foreign affairs in Kibaki government. Kwa hivyo nimekuwa hapo, na ile uongozi mbaya ya Moi niliona na imerudi tena. Watainiwa, congratulations. We are happy for you. Kenya inaangalia nyinyi. The worry that Kenyans have, because they have decided this government has to go, is your unity all the way. Tunasikia wananyemelea nyinyi, lakini nyinyi ni nyinyi tunafuata, na mko na wafuasi wengi. So bishops, pray for this team so that they go all the way. Mambo ya hiyo pesa tumekubaliana. Ikija kwako, ikiletwa na mzee nyumba 10, ikiletwa na chief, ikiletwa na pastor, sijui kama atapata pesa, tumia. Because tukule hiyo pesa. Wale wanaenda State House kukula hiyo pesa, saa zingine ako na mgonjwa nyumbani, mtoto yake ako nyumbani, mambo imeharibika yote, uongo imekuwa mwingi. Badala ya kutafutia vijana kazi ni kuwaua, na wewe ndio uliahidi kazi. So Kenyans, sisi tufuate hawa wajamaa watufikishe State House so that they can save this country. Hii nchi imeenda kabisa. You are our saviors. Tukienda mbele ni kwamba vile nimesikia Munyaka akisema, kila mtu ashikilie mahali jamii yake inashika. Sindio? Tushikilie hawa. Sisi huko na Rift Valley tumesema tuko na Rigiji. Rigiji akituambia vile atatuambia tutafuata. Sindio? Stephen Kalonzo akituambia hapande hivi mtafanya, sini hivyo. Lakini we must save this country. Prayers, kanisa, ndio kitu ya maana. Wacha nisiongee sana, sababu mimi naongeanga wananishika. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Spread the good word because you've been given.
Yeah, so that's how it is. So yeah, amesema anaongeanga anashikwa. Good vibe hapo. So we don't want to lose our government. We would not want to lose our government. So, and by the way, we need to celebrate with Victor Wanyonyi. Ashashida 800 meters. It was very tough, lakini nimeona amevuka crossing line. Victor Wanyonyi. So those are some of the things which we can celebrate. It was record breaking. So utusikia ndego Njairo.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% is ifikazo, all protocols observed. Ando amombone abandu baitu muyaseo. Hi cousins. Hi cousins. Mimi nimetoka pande ya Kirinyaga na mimi ni mfuasi sugu wa His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua na His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, His Excellency Eugene Wamalwa na speaker wetu. Nimesema mimi ni mfuasi sugu kwa sababu hao ndio watakaoongoza sisi mahali wanataka tuelekee. Na rais wa awamu ya 6 yuko hapa. Nani anaamini kwamba rais wa awamu ya 6 yuko hapa? Na mnajua hii kiti hapa Mumbuni is as important as hii kiti ya Malava. Is as important na hii kiti ya huko Mbere North. Hizi viti 4-3, they are very important in determining how we are going to deal with Kasongo. Na mimi nikimalizia, mimi ninasikia Biblia inasema, na nimesikia ndugu yangu Metho akisema yeye angekuwa pastor. Hata mimi nimekaribia kidogo tu. Nimesikia Biblia inasema kilichoamuliwa hapa duniani hapa hata mbinguni kimefanya nini? Nyinyi hapa watu wa hapa Mtituni mmeamua Kasongo ni one term. Mmeamua Kasongo ni one term. Hao ni Wakristo wameamua. Hao ndio maombi yameamuliwa mbinguni. Waacha nisikie one term. Waacha nisikie one term. Nikimalizia, si mlisikia vile kulifanyika pale Malawi? Mlisikia? Si mlisikia Chakwera alikwenda? Hata huyu Kasongo tutamchakwera huyu. Huyu tutamfanya nini? Tutachakwera Kasongo. Tuchakwere Kasongo, tusichakwere Kasongo. Aende asiende. Asonge asisonge. Huyu jamaa ametuzoea, na tutahakikisha hakuna siku nyingine katika Jamhuri ya Kenya tutapata rais ambaye akana tabia mbovu kama huyu Kasongo. Tabia za kuwa watu ni mbovu sio mbovu. Kuteka watu nyara ni mbovu si mbovu. Ufisadi ni mbovu si mbovu. Aende asiende. Ya mwisho, tumeamua kwamba sisi katika chama cha Wiper tumekibadilisha jina. Mmesikia tumebadilisha jina? Tunajiita aje sasa? Tunajiitaje? Tunajiita Wiper Patriotic Front. Na tumebadilisha chama chetu jina ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba filosofi yetu ya chama inalingana na filosofi ya nchi. Ile filosofi ya nchi iko sasa ni filosofi ya mapinduzi na mageuzi na ukombozi wa nchi yake. Mimi ninawasihi muende mujisajili na chama cha Wiper Patriotic Front. Kwa sababu kama Kalonzo Musyoka hana wafuasi ambao wamejisajili na chama, hataweza? Mutajisajili na chama cha Wiper Patriotic Front. Mutaamua kujisajili. Wangapi watajisajili? Harambee!
Mheshimiwa wakili Njiru Ndegwa, umesahau bado tuko kwa kanisa. Mimi naomba msamaha, hiyo imepita tu. Your Excellency.
Yeah, so that is the rhetoric by Ndegwa Njiru. Yeah, Ndegwa Njiru anakuanga wa Wiper, so maybe atapewa through pass hiyo pande ya Mlima Kenya through Wiper, which is okay. I don't think there will be sibling rivalry. Kuna vile watu wanapigana na hii maneno, so I think sibling rivalry will not be part of this concussion. Yeah, so sibling rivalry itapiganwa kabisa. Yeah, so naona Ana amefika long time, so sibling rivalry will not be there, so that's for sure. I can see they know how, wamejua mbinu ya kujipanga. Naona pia there is a concussion between Matiang'i and Simbarati shared a platform today ama ni jana. So I don't know your feeling about that platform, if it is something which you approve. Although mimi Arati kuna vile simuelewangi, I always see saa zingine Arati yako hivi. So it's not clear and black on what Arati stands for, but nitawekea hiyo speech yake. But maybe before niwekee speech ya Arati, I can do huyu Mr. Mboye, then hebu niwekee huyo mtu ati anasema aliwekewa bunduki, niseme 2 term. This one is helpful. Huyu aliwekewa bunduki ya support Ruto cha nguvu, na ni kama hakufanya hivyo. So I think these are the generals in the race, so wacha tumsikie. I think this guy had suffered somewhere, ni kama alikuwa attacked. So let's see what he says, but he seems to be serious in our movement.
competition between Mumbuni will be between Ruto and Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Your Excellency Man Rigiji, my Speaker, Honorable Justin Muturi, waheshimiwa wote, Eugene Wamalwa, our Senator, my MPs, pamoja na Bishop wetu, pamoja na Reverend na wale mapasta ambao mmepewa kipawa ya kueneza Injili na pamoja na waumini. Mimi nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya siku ya leo. Niseme this is a great event, and Your Excellencies, I want to thank you and congratulate you so much for finding it necessary kukuja kwa hii level ya chini kusaidiana na mapastors wale wanahudumu maneno ya Mungu. Niseme tumeona huyo Anton Kisoi. Mumbuni is only around 100 meters from here kwenda towards town. Kwa hivyo most of these people are also connected to Mumbuni. I want to say vile Deputy Governor amesema, hii Mumbuni iko na serious business. Semeni serious business. Why are we saying it is serious business? Because it is about 2027. Kenya yote inaangalia hii Mumbuni kama mtaangusha Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, ili wajue nyinyi Wakamba hamuna maana na Stephen Kalonzo our son. Si mnaelewa hiyo maneno? Kwa hivyo ile kitu tunasema, competition between Mumbuni will be between Ruto and Kalonzo. It will be Ruto and Kalonzo, na msidanganywe na mtu yeyote. Mkagengwa hii mundu. Kenya yonde liyetie candidate wa Stephen Kalonzo avaluke ikenda Ruto okele. Ekaini mutabye mukane wa mabisa ele yimwe ya Stephen Kalonzo na ila inge ya William Ruto mukoni yao. Mwiko ni ya Kalonzo? Okay, ekaini mutabye kila kinge pa yabe candidate ingile MCA ukete na chap chap. Chap chap mwene wa no tika baluko na we mwene ka baluko no Tiruto. Okay, na yo UDA mwene wa UDA no then a candidate bu ekaini mutabye andozi makete to sorela metu sorela kenda babika ba ambe ma doki omwe nondo nia yao ni kuangusha Stephen Kalonzo, lakini niwaambie Kenya mzima yote iko na Kalonzo Musyoka kwa sababu Kenya imeisha, inataka somebody ambaye ni mkombozi akomboe hii Kenya yetu, si ndio? Na huyo mtu ni Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Your Excellency Rigiji, unajua wewe you are the truthful man. Ile mambo unaongea yote inakuwa ya ukweli. Tayari mimi nakushukuru kwa sababu umeshikana mkiwa na Stephen pamoja na Muturi na wale wengine. Wakenya wanataka muendelee kusimama hivyo because they are ready to give you power. Unajua nimeona delegations zikienda huko State House ili wakapewe pesa waseme two term. Mimi waliniwekea bunduki hapa wakasema two term. Wakaniambia niseme two term, unless useme two term wataniua. So Your Excellency, I had to say two term so that I can survive. Ili nikuje niambie watu ni one term. Wame ni nini? Si ni one term. Kwa hivyo wale mnaona wanaenda State House kule ukisema two term, wanasemanga two term kwa sababu wanataka wapate pesa. Na wakipata hiyo pesa, wakitoka nje inakuanga one term. Kenya yote ni one term. Si ndio? Asante sana, Mungu awabariki sana.
Asante.
Yeah, that guy was attacked. He was attacked and it was very severe. So naona Francis amefika Kavaripo Kasungura. Okay, nitaka hiyo video, kumekucha video jana Friday, say it all. He is crying, his voice is shaking. Okay, I'm coming. Kidogo. Ni kama walikutana hao. Unaona Ana anasema ati ni flying, so no, whichever the way, the one-time movement has to be supported.
nateba tuiwananga lero
Anyway,
siasa tiyo
you
kanisa
listen, Parati, I don't know if you will be able to speak
abo
Swahili
tuiwana
anymore.
ni lero pasta nabo aba pasta ambaro akera abantu maita abantu abe kare kule nere koleta chibeso sori Fred ne chinguru pasta you will call abantu tumaye kusaba kurwa saba abantu
Ni kama watu wanaongea tu.
thank you
Mbona nisikie?
n'abalisi b'ekkanisa ye
waliko nyamungu aterete
They
mayanga
are sharing.
yenu lewe
They are sharing a platform there.
I wanted to affirm that
Wakipatana fani.
karibu
abantu ba Nyasaye abanene n'abakene
They have
abakwandiriye
shared
muri
a
mwezi
platform there.
omonene n'omuya
They share. That's what I wanted to say.
mpaka naye n'abantu ba Nyasaye.
Anyway, they are not speaking Swahili, so but walikutana kwa podium. So sijui kama ni maybe people who understand so acha nikuwekee Chris kumekucha before I nifunge. So nasema ya Friday ndio hii. No time for anybody but Raila Odinga only. So and you need to tell me ni gani ulikuwa unataka hapa kwa Chris kumekucha. So unasema ya Friday because Friday ni jana. So Chris kumekucha. Acha ni type Chris kumekucha. Chris kumekucha the latest one. So inafaa condemned.
Kenyan politics is getting stranger and stranger by the day. For instance, did you know that there are some insiders, I mean very, very deep insiders in the William Samoei Ruto regime who have fallen out with their boss? Oh yes. Some of them, they are no longer on talking terms. Some of them are on the warpath against their boss. You heard me right? Hey. Kenyan politics right now is confusing very many analysts. Because you see, if you don't keep your ear to the ground, if you don't dig deep behind the scenes to know what is really going on, small details that may not mean anything if you don't pay attention, it all becomes very confusing. A very warm welcome to my show today, where I reveal the names of those who have fallen out. Some of them you already know, some of them you don't, I'm sure. Okay? Karibuni sana. Twende kazi.
Have you dreamed of getting your pilot license and soaring through the sky? Introducing Private Pilot Made Easy, your launch pad to turning those dreams into reality. Our Private Pilot Ground School comes with 35 hours of videos. Each lesson is 3 to 5 minutes long, allowing you to easily pick up from where you left off. Go through the class at your own pace, with lifetime access for a small one-time.
You know, one of the reasons why it is important to be a student of politics and a student of history, if you're in siasa, is because you're going to avoid very many blunders. And not only that, you're going to be able to take some bad things that are going to happen to you in a more comfortable way, because you'll already know this is what usually happens. This is inevitable in politics. Let me give you a very good example. Some people call this the tissue paper syndrome. Yani le syndrome ya karatasi ya choo. Now, In politics anywhere in the world, you may play a very key role in a campaign. You may play a very key role in a government. But once your job is done, once you've finished what you are supposed to do and what you did very well, and there is no more need for you. Or let's take another scenario. If somebody else comes along, in the rough and tumble of what's going on of daily politics, if somebody else comes along and can do what you're doing better, much better, my friend, wewe ni historia. You just become tissue paper. Once used, it's thrown aside or thrown at that place. Alafu flushed. That is just the reality of politics. It's not personal. And indeed, it applies in a few other areas in life. For instance, a soccer team, okay? At least in the old days, we used to have specialists in doing some certain things. For instance, a defender who will injure a striker, okay? So you're playing against this opponent. They have a very good striker. So this defender comes on and he has only one job. And of course, he's sent off. But the objective of the team has been achieved. Now, of course, that's not being a sportsman, but that's the way it used to go. And need I remind you that in politics, there are no rules. There is no referee. There is only one rule. Thou shalt not get caught by somebody or people who can do something about it. Okay? That last bit I've added recently because it applies especially in Kenyan politics. Many people in Kenya have been caught, but nothing has happened to them yet because the people who have caught them can do nothing about it at the moment, currently. Tomorrow, iyo wachana naye. But today, there is nothing they can do about it. Right. Let's dive into some names of inner circle people who have fallen out. And I will start with a name I am sure you do not have. But very quickly before that, please allow me to honor our sponsors for today's show. They usually support this channel in a very big way, and I'm very grateful. Lemify. Now, I'm sure you're aware of all the huge advantages you'd have using Lemify. You can send money to Kenya at the best rates and with zero fees. You can send without funding the wallet. You can send from a pay bill or a till. You can also receive money from Kenya, this time not sending money to Kenya. You can also receive money from Kenya at zero fees. And of course, Lemify has very competitive rates. And of course, you can still use my code, KUMEKACHA, which you see on your screens right now, and you'll be able to get an instant cashback. If you're sending your first 50 pounds in the UK, you'll be able to get a cashback of 10 pounds. If you're using euros and you send at least 50 euros, you'll be able to get a cashback of 15 euros. And if you're in the US, for sending your first $100, you'll get a cashback of $20. I highly recommend that you try Lemify today because they're big supporters of this channel, and that'll be another way of supporting what we do here on this channel. Right. Now, before I give you the name of this politician, there is some other piece of information I'd like to give you. Okay? And it is the fact that the tribe called Kalenjin does not exist. Okay? This grouping or this tribe was invented by former President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. He grouped together communities which were very similar. The Nandi, the Kipsigis, the Turgen, etc., and called all of them Kalenjin, for purely political reasons. Of course, Moi had been around even that time for a long time, and he was just copying the colonial government, who previously had grouped together some communities which were very different, and invented a brand new tribe in Kenya called the Luhya. And I will tell you for free, because part of me comes from that area of Kenya, the Maragoli are much more similar to the house of Mumbi, the Gikuyu, than they are to their fellow Luhya tribe called the Bukusu. The Maragoli and the Bukusu are very different, but both of them have been grouped together as the Luhya tribe. Okay? And anyway, let's stay on point. Now, just because you've put people in one group does not mean the tensions and the politics between members of that group will end.
I cannot believe it's already been over 3 years with my BetterHelp therapist. After 3 years of therapy, this is what I figured out. There's talking to someone, and then
That is not human nature. Of course, it will continue. And in many cases, it will escalate. Now, the huge advantage that Moi had is that he did not belong to any of the two largest communities in this grouping, namely the Kipsigis and the Nandi. Naturally, the current leader of the nation called Kenya does not enjoy the same advantage. I'm sure you're following me. And don't forget that these communities are famous for something, yeah, apart from long distance running. And they brought a lot of glory to motherland Kenya. And we, their fellow Kenyans, are so proud of them and will forever be proud of them. Yeah, they've really put Kenya on the map. Asanteni sana, mandugu na madada wangu. These are the things they're famous for. Hasira inakwanga karibu. Yeah, they're very hyper. Okay? Now, throwing into that mix the current environment we have in the country, yeah, where all Kenyans are suffering under this regime. Very high cost of living, punitive taxation that has not stopped. It is relentless. It continues. Every other day you read in the news, yeah, yet another tax is going to be introduced. The government is thinking of taxing this and taxing that. And every other day you go to the shops and you find that item that you bought yesterday for X number of shillings is now costing X number of shillings plus 10 shillings or plus 5 shillings. Those of us who live in Kenya know what I'm talking about, and we've learned how to live with this. So when you throw in that, you can imagine, yeah, even before I give you the information I'm about to give you, that already there are triggers all over the place to cause problems. Okay? Now, if today you went and started talking to people in Eldoret, it would not take you very long to hear the following phrase: Finland scholarships. You remember? It was a huge scandal. Many parents sacrificed, sold land, sold livestock, sold vehicles, sold what, in order to get their children into this scholarship program, where they'd be able to go outside the country, and especially Finland, for further studies, so as to greatly improve their prospects in this very competitive, fast-changing world we live in. We all remember that. There is still a lot of bitterness over that issue. Hiyo maneno haijaisha, especially because those who lost money are yet to get their money back. And of course, it is highly unlikely that they'll ever get their money back. Bottom line, a UDA ticket is no longer a guarantee in the Rift Valley for automatic election to any position. So which ticket is automatic? Actually, something very beautiful is happening in the Rift Valley. We are rapidly heading towards that situation where the voters will carefully look at the candidates and decide the best person to elect. That shift in politics has far-reaching consequences, most of which are fatal to the current regime. Let me simplify that. You're already an elected leader. And of course, you're not a dunderhead. You're thinking about your re-election prospects. And you're looking around. And you're talking to your constituents, the voters, regularly. And you're hearing what they're saying. Now, wouldn't it make sense for you kuingia box ya voters as soon as possible? And of course, if you side with the voters, it will immediately mean that you're in direct conflict with the powers that be, the current regime. Truth be told, there are many politicians in this region who are currently just quiet, but they know what they have to do, and they're just waiting for the right time to make their move. What is happening with a politician called Samson Cherargei? Why is he not talking these days? Why is he so quiet? What is really happening? What is he thinking? Allow me to leave it there. Okay? But with all the background information I've given you, I'm sure you fully understand the dynamics at play in the background. Now let's come to what you already know. There was a very curious function in Kiambu at the home of Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, who was laying to rest his dad, and President Ruto, and indeed Mama Ruto, attended the function. But it was a very interesting function. The seating arrangement was very interesting. The protocol was even more interesting. You see, usually at a function like this, the home governor, the host governor, always plays a very prominent role. Welcomes the president, makes a speech, tells the president 1, 2, 3 about the county, etc., etc. At that function, the home governor, Wamatangi, did not give any speech. He sat down with the rest of the visitors, and indeed he was introduced by a governor from a very, very far away county, Embu, Cecil Mbarire. Can you imagine that? You know one thing about this president, anaoneshanga my feelings. He can't help it. And at the moment, him and Wamatangi, there is a huge problem. For any Mjuaji who was doubting that there's a problem, this function was a confirmation beyond any doubt kwamba iko shida. Now there's another group of politicians who have also been pushed aside, who nobody talks about. Okay? These politicians have done nothing wrong. They're still towing the line. They're still choir boys and choir girls. But circumstances are such that their services are no longer required, because the brand new choir boys on the block are members of ODM. That's how Kambas pronounce it. ODM. And Raila Odinga and his close allies. And those ones, of course, can do a much better job, because they came into this already with a following, with a political reputation, with many years experience in politics. And some of these choir boys are rookies. They just came into politics the other day. So what do you expect? And so the toilet paper syndrome, pop, kicks in here also. I pity them. I pity politicians. Bottom line, politicians within the ruling UDA must prepare themselves very well and get ready for what has always been happening again and again and again in history, where you stop being useful, and especially in a situation where a regime is struggling, you will definitely be shoved aside so fast, you will get dizzy. Now we understand why the current political situation in the country is strange. And anybody who's covering political news, why they're struggling, to get anything substantial to analyze or even to report about, apart from the usual political functions. Not all of them as exciting, as the one which was in Kiambu, the home of Kimani Ichung'wah. Not all of them are like that. That one had drama. The others are boring, usual, normal, usual. But there's another reason, okay? The other reason is that there's something cooking. And this thing which is cooking is not a small thing. I believe this is the main reason why things in the country are the way they are. And I'm afraid this is not the kind of information I can share here on the open channel. I'm very sorry.
Some of my kids are top of their class, and I fully attribute IXL to helping them reach that goal because of all of the extra interactive practice that it provides. It covers the subjects of math, language arts, science, and social studies, and it covers...
But then, of course, holders of the very valuable golden key will be able to get this special report pop in the inbox. And I've decided to extend
I
the offer.
think
You can see details on your screens right now.
Chris has explained enough, so Anne, I don't think we need to go beyond that. I think Chris has explained enough. So sijui kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka kujoin kipindi nimurushie link. If not, I'll just end the kipindi. So let me see if there is something we have not heard. But mimi nitawaambia tu the one term movement is very real. Na siku hizi nimeanzia kuona Ringoge ni kama ameanzia kuelimika. Siku hizi anaweka ma videos moto. So there are things which have some of the things which some of us we used to say kitambo, lakini mtu anaanzia kusema ni kama controversial. So now mtu akipita na hiyo line Lina anapita nayo, she looks controversial but she is very okay. Anapeana information mzuri because the way things are usually presented to you in the world, sio vile ati vitu zinakuanga. You actually need to look at things with another eye ili uelewe vitu zinakaaje kwa dunia. Lakini ukikuwa tu mtu wa kuangalia vitu from a superficial layer, it will be difficult to understand anything. So many things are happening. So Mbudi amefika, actually that's Bwana Matiangi and Simbarati, they shared a platform today, but waliongea Kikisi, so we didn't understand what they were saying. Unless if you want me to put that video. Actually, nilikuwa nataka kufunga, but now that you are here, I will allow that moment to continue. So other than that, pia you know what is happening in Malawi. Malawi is like a one-term oyster has fruited. So you can also comment about that. And Gachagua and Kalonzo escalades in Ukambani, and also Ruto being in Ukambani. Who do you think is winning? Do you think like Kalonzo still ni wetu, or Kalonzo tu ni njaro anakurakura na sisi and eventually you will go where you want? So there is a lot to discuss. Sijakuwa kwa kipindi kwa muda, but I'm now here available. So I think Bwana Mbudi, without any further ado, there is more than enough in the table to comment, and maybe occasionally I can also bring you on board. Otherwise, I hope your weekend is moving on well. Go ahead, Budi. Budi? Yeah, nakusikia, but you'll give us your voice a little bit. Take it a higher notch. Ama ni mimi nafaa kuongezea volume hapa.
Sometimes for long bila kuja, I don't know. Wacha ni restart my phone, then I come in because I can hear you from very far.
No, I can hear you too. I can. Mbudi nilikuwa namusikia, ni sawa, it's okay. So those are some of the things now I wanted us to comment here. Nitamgoja so that at least he can put some information here for us, especially your story ya Matiangi. It is something which I would really be happy if he is able to help us percolate on it deeply. So na pia mtu mwingine ambaye atataka kuingia kwa kipindi nitamkaribisha. So yes, we appreciate and honor everybody who is here. So yeah, for sure lazima tuendelee kujenga kipindi na kujenga rhetoric. Sawa. So tutajenga rhetoric. So we have to build the rhetoric for the betterment of the society. So nangojea Budi, as I wait for Budi, other people can also come. Ili tujenge hii story. So please, Budi, I'm waiting for you. Nilikuwa nimemalizia. So there are so many wins which are happening outside Kenya, where we are now seeing deliverables of one term. So no. One term will not. One term is going to work in Kenya. So this is Budi amekuja. Budi, sijui ni kama ulikuwa umesikia swali langu. So I think you can go ahead and give us your point of discussion, especially Chakwera, Ukambani, pivotal meetings, and Matiangi, Arati. I think those 3 points can form a very good point of discussion for you tonight. Thank you.
First of all, wacha nikusalimu. You've been away for a long time. I hope you're okay. I hope everything is going okay, and there's nothing. If there's anything, tunakwambia pole ndugu. Yeah, I saw the meeting that they shared one stage. I think that was a fundraiser basically that Matiang'i was invited. Simbarat was not invited, so Simba just went there because he knows that his time is up. I think I said it before the elections. I tried to persuade people that this a young boy, he needs.
So Bwana Mbudi, was that in the speech, like, is Arati able to discover that he is on dangerous waters? He is trending on dangerous waters now.
He knows. If there is anybody who knows the politics of Kisii better than most politicians, is Simbarat. He knows it's not even one term, it's half term. Simbarat should go as soon as possible. I mean that 10 years of Kisii County being ruled by Ongwae, irrespective of his shortfalls, were successful years in many ways, in terms of unity, in terms of employment, in terms of city of Kisii, the Kisii town, seeing progress, even though it was not with the speed or the velocity that we could want as a people, but somehow you saw things happening, and we saw protocol, we saw grievances being listened to, not only being listened to, being dealt with with multiple, with a multifaceted approach. I think we look back and now we see that Ongwae understood administration, more especially. Leading a true middle class people is not easy. Leading people who are below middle class becomes easy because you can easily give them tokens and silence them. The problem is that Kisii is one of the few towns in Kenya that honestly you can look and say this is a middle class town. So I mean, I don't know why Simba went there. In any case, I don't think anybody wants Simba around him right now, more especially since his proximity to ODM and Raila has been so loud. But he's a politician, he's a governor, so we expect him to fill the space and be everywhere that he wants. So it's nothing important to say it anyway. And the ground is the ground. So I don't know if there's any expectation. The only problem is, I think, the perspective the media wants to build is the lie that Simba, hakuna Simba kule kwa sisi, There's
Bwana,
nothing like Simba being relevant anymore. In fact,
can,
it's not even
can you
about
see,
his
Bwana
proximity
Budi,
to.
Budi, you can see Laban is telling us that Simba will make a serious comeback. That's what he's telling us. So can you communicate with Laban Misiani as well? He seems to be having contrary info.
You know, one thing that somebody said a couple of days ago that made me not to reply a lot of things. He said, you have to be aware that one thing Ruto has done and his surrogates, he has bought all influential and petty people in the social media to agitate for everything that is for him and the people around him. So when you see people do that, Njiru, these are surrogates. Simba will not have any comeback, you know. And one of the things people are not preparing is a possible an individual that people did not expect to run for governorship. And I think he is positioning himself. I don't know if he's yet ready, but I think he has positioned himself, and I think he has become a darling to many. It is too early to say that Onyonka will support Kibagendi. It is too early, but let me tell you, Kibagendi has an edge this time around because if there is anything that people around Ruto will want, is Simbarati to get out of Kisii. And they have their own reasons. So, and the reason why they will even get him out, if Kibagendi stood to be a gubernatorial candidate, and this is too early to talk, is when Kibagendi got out of UDA, not even one person abused him. Not even one person abused him. Not even one person said anything wrong about the guy. Until today, everything that Kibagendi does, no UDA person does what? Hata hii vita ilikuwa juzi with the treasurer of UDA. Not even Osoro spoke bad about Kibagendi. If you foresaw that. And unlike when Simba's fought with who? So I think Simbarat is a foregone case. Anybody thinking that Simba is having a comeback, I think he must take what we call tuachane hiyo. Now, secondly, you spoke about the Malawi. I've seen the issue of Malawi, and I think the comparison between Malawi and Kenya is quite, interesting. The Chakwera guy came, actually, he was even a pastor. He's not even coming through the church. He's a person from the church. And these people have completely said one term. So hopefully they will get him out. But the history of that area, of the Sadak, it's quite interesting, more especially their neighbors who are the Zambians. Zambia was able to take Kaunda out. We were not able to take Moi out. Zambia was able to take Lungu Edgar. I don't even know if Edgar Lungu has been buried yet. And somebody can tell me that the former president who was defeated in one term and was so bitter that he left out of the country, and now the family does not even want him to be given a national burial. So there is a problem in Zambia because somebody became a one-term. The family doesn't want him to be given a presidential burial because the guy was so bitter that he was defeated by the opposition. And it is contagious again to Malawi. Malawi has decided. But the problem is that Malawi is bringing back Mutharika back. And that is why I was saying, with even the uprising we saw in Nepal, let's not do, uprisings to bring, what we call the lesser evil. I think we are better than that. So the alternative, which is Mutharika, I don't know if Malawi are making the right decision. So I'm not excited with Malawi anyway, because you cannot take Chakwera and then you bring back Mutharika. Because now if we start talking about Mutharika, why? Mutharika paved the way for Chikwera to come in because Mutharika really failed. Because remember, his brother died, and the guy came from USA, who is very educated, took over from his brother. I don't know, something of the sort, and the country was expecting a lot because now this is a person that spoke ABCD, and he failed terribly to a point that the people became peasants, and the only hope they had was religion. So they had a religious uprising, which brought out this guy who was a conman, and now see where they are. And now they are going back to the vomit that they vomited. So I don't know, Malawi, what it's doing. But credit be, Malawi was a country that could not produce maize at some point, and I think we have done a public participation over there, and we are going to do, we have even gone in the Ministry of Agriculture to benchmark how Malawi was able to come from the farmer in ABC and have one of the best Ministry of Agriculture of all times in terms of improvement throughout the world. So Malawi is a country with great potentials, but it has always had leadership that failed them. It's a truly religious country that I think, as a people, they shouldn't put religion first. Now I understand why one of the great men say religion is a word of the people. I mean, religion can be very lifelong to the people. If we hold on to religion and some of the doctrines that men have put on, we can be lied to. When I say religion, I don't put the persona of Christ lesser. I say the denominational religion is quite conniving. So what made me come, Jiru, is your question about Kalonzo. You know, we are pivoted about the issue of Kalonzo, and this is where me and Themba agree most. Remember when we used to be in Mutembe, and the question of Kalonzo came in. Kalonzo ni mtu anasumbua watu sana. And banking on him, you are banking kuanza kujisumbua. I have seen people here without looking at the history of Kalonzo, thinking Kalonzo will be with us until the last minute. I am telling you, if it has started this early, we are having a big problem. And I have seen people come here and even congratulate Gachagua for the mistake he made to yield for the DP in Mbeere, and I said that was a classical mistake. Now, if you look at all the by-elections now, because of that mistake, we are paying for it. Now, look at Malava. DCP is putting a candidate, DAP is putting a candidate, ODM is putting a candidate, and now that is how easily UDA itaingia katikati penye. You saw that another seat that iko huko northeastern. What happened? The DCP candidate was brought in and was told he's going to be given either a ministerial or he was going to be given ambassadorial or nini. You saw it surfacing yesterday. And the guy has decided to get out of DCP and leave UDA just to do what? To win. So the infiltration of malls within DCP is real. And we told Gachagua, and I tell Gachagua, because we still have a long way before we get to the by-election, we have time to shelve and shoot off all malls and become authentic. Look, some of us are not registered members of DCP, but we are already saying that if this is how DCP is going to handle itself, it's not an alternative. When you want to take a ruling party out, the incumbent, and more especially the one with dictatorial tendencies, democracy does not work. You have to, you see, for instance, had the Republican Party continued to play this, what we call democratic politics, whereby, or ABCD, you know, Trump made it very clear from the very beginning. These are the candidates that we are going to field. We are not going to this, we want this kind of candidates. Not that I like those kind of candidates, but the politics that does not shift and says, look, the enemy we have, the only way to defeat
is not for us to have internal disputes or internal negotiations. There are negotiations that we will never have answers. So from the word go, decide that we are not going to have negotiations. We are going to find candidates. We are going to fight for these candidates and make sure we defeat the incumbent. So anytime we are going to have, within struggles, the way now, Eugene Wamalo is asking DCP to yield a candidate, the same way it yielded from Mbere. Now, everywhere apart from the mainland that is now Kikuyu, which is Kiambu, which they have already said Kiambu is not Mount Kenya. You've seen that narrative that has started. So they'll say Nyandarua, Kirinyaga, and Nyeri, okay, and Muranga. Those are the only places whereby probably DCP candidates can go, but the rest, DCP needs to start negotiating with the parties that they have coalition with. That is a wrong precedence. Na nakwambia, the coming by elections tunaenda kuchapwa. Na tukichapwa, Njiru, wacha nikwambie, this thing we are lying to ourselves that want a movement is real. In the ground, it is real. But these people wants to build a perception that Gachagua is nothing. We gave him an opportunity in by-election, he failed. If he failed in by-election, where can he, general election is easy, very to rig. The hardest elections to rig is the by-elections, trust me. So this where wisdom was needed. This issue of kupembeleza watu, I think it is going to fail us before we get to. And you people may not understand the politics of strategy, because you must understand the strategy our enemy number one is using. And I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it, that in the end, he wants DCP not to win a thing, even if they don't win. Even if they don't win, but they don't want DCP to win any seat. But that's not the way it should go. DCP should take half and a larger share in this. Yeah,
brother. What I'm saying is, so what country are you from? What country are you talking about? Because what my main concern is that I'm from the United States, right? And I see many people from the third world coming to my country because my country has a lot of infrastructure, beauty, and economic opportunity. But my main concern is that...
So, Bwana Dagoth, for 1 minute. Dagoth, 1 minute. We are talking about Kenya and the politics of Kenya.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Could Kenya please build up their own infrastructure, their own society before coming to my country? Because I don't want you Kenyans in my country. I want you guys to build up your country. Please build up your country before coming here. We do not want you. You're not welcome.
Dagoth, 1 minute. Dagoth. Maybe a question, and I know Budi don't leave. I think we need to engage this brother so that he can understand us. So why do you think Africans have not built their country? What makes you feel that Africa has not built a society? And are you aware that Africa is the oldest society in the world?
No, I think the main issue in Africa is that Western countries, the United States and European countries, give a lot of aid, a lot of food aid to those countries. And I think we should stop doing that. So, for example, right, if America or Germany or Denmark or any Western countries, they're giving food to Kenya or Ghana or the Congo or Libya, and stop doing that, because if you're giving too much aid...
So, Dagoth, I've opened my camera.
I'm not finished.
Okay, you'll finish. Could you open your camera also so that we can engage as we see each other?
Sorry?
You're bringing an interesting dialogue. It's okay.
What? Okay, if we're helping you too much, you will never build your own economies. I want you guys.
You know, let me ask you, sir. Do you even understand what we were talking before you interject? And, first of all, you asked very well. Which country are you from? You don't even know. You're already saying what you want to say.
Yeah, no.
And you are saying, and hold on, sir.
Okay.
Then you are saying you are helping us too much. You don't even know which country you are coming from, and you are eluding that you are helping us. Who do you think you are helping?
We are helping you, yes.
Who are you helping?
Every
My
African
question.
country.
No, not every African country.
Listen to
You
what I'm
are
saying to
so,
you.
Papa. You are not helping any country in Africa. Everything you have here is coming from
know how many
Africa. Let me tell you.
billions of dollars Western countries have
Let me tell
filled
which
your
billions
countries
of
with?
dollars. Where do you manufacture
Do you
money
know how
from?
many billions of dollars
What minerals
Western
do you
countries
have?
have filled
What
into
minerals
Africa?
do you have? What
We do
minerals
not
do
want
you
to
have to
help
create?
you make
What
your
minerals
own
do you have to
civilization.
create?
We don't want anything to do with you.
There is no civilization that you have. First and foremost, you
We
can't
built
even
your
afford.
civilization. You didn't have
You
the
have
fucking
no
will.
civilization at all. You have no culture. You speak like an American, but yet you don't even have. If you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. You don't even know your history. You don't know your culture. You don't even know where you're going to as a destiny. There is nothing you are interrupting. First of all, you asked, where are you from? No, we are not offended. We are not offended. We are not here to offend each other. We are here to discuss something else. We are here to discuss something else, and you are so desperate to have. You are so desperate to have a conversation. You are so desperate to have a conversation which you should have had with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk told you guys that African Americans, you need to put your acts together. Charlie Kirk used to tell you the truth. Put your acts together. You guys, the DEI is what puts you. DEI is what puts you to be where you are. You are desperate people who cannot understand. Until you have DEI, there is no job you can have.
Okay, be angry.
Okay?
You want to be angry?
So no, we are not angry at all. And you say that you have a country, but you don't have a country. You have no country, you have no culture, you have no place to come from. So you come here as if you know where we come from, and you want to tell us that we are getting money from your country. Do you even know which country we are coming from?
And everything you have came from us.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Including this cell phone that you are speaking from. The minerals come from our continent.
We took it from you. Very much
okay.
so. But
So there is nothing you people have
with it. We
except
took it and we did something with it. You people did nothing with it.
Which people? We do everything with it.
Why
we
then,
trade with it.
Colonialism ended. Why have you done nothing with the trail racks?
What do you mean? Do you even understand the world order and how the economy works for you to even ask me those questions?
Well, I know exactly what happened in Africa.
You know nothing at all. And that is why you cannot have a conversation with your own people. Look, you people cannot still have houses in your own country. You people cannot have universities. You must be supported and put by the government to have free education without anything. You people, even after going to school and being given free education that you don't even qualify, cannot even get jobs within the country that you did slavery. How pathetic are you guys? Like you blame Mexicans, you blame Africans, you blame everything, including the flies.
We want you to fuck off. We want you to build your nation and stop coming.
You are the one now who is mad. That's the only language you know. That F word is the only thing. That's why you wake up in the morning, you tell your mother, "What's up, motherfucker, mother?" That's all you know. That's how you greet even your mothers.
Budi kidogo, Budi kidogo. For the interest of what is happening.
We were having a conversation here. Can we continue the conversation we had, and then he will bring his topic here.
Yeah, I wanted to give Dagoth like 3 minutes. He say what you want to say, and then he allow us to discuss. Let's just allow Dagos 3 minutes only, and then you come up. You tell us, Dagos, what do you want to say?
Well, all I wanted to say was that the whole reason why immigration is coming to Western countries is because that we built an amazing civilization. We had universities, we had beautiful buildings, cathedrals, Christian cathedrals, and for I think probably back to like year 1600, we have been building a beautiful thing across the world. We had colonialism. We introduced Africa to post offices. We introduced Africa to railway trains and trolleys and all these beautiful things, right? And I'm not saying Africans are terrible people or whatever, but why didn't you learn anything during that time? We introduced you to science, to weapons, to mirrors, to all these magnificent things that European civilization created, right? But when we left after World War II, the only thing you've done is degenerate. And since World War II, all you've done is suck up trillions of dollars in aid from Europe and the United States. You've not built your own civilization through your own rigor. It has all been aided by Europe and the United States. Personally, I think you people deserve zero money from us. If you want to build your own civilization, learn the lessons we taught you when we colonized you and build your own fucking civilization. Do not come here. We don't want you here. We don't like black people. We don't like Indians. We don't like Pakistanis. We don't like Muslims. You do not belong here.
Why you don't like them, Dagos? Why you don't like like people?
Why do I not like Africans and Muslims?
Yes.
Because they're stinky and they wash their feet in the sink and they want to make us Muslims. I'm not a fucking Muslim. I believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Okay, who told you they want to make you Muslims? Even us, we are Christians.
Every single Muslim that comes to my country, all of them.
Are you aware that there are as many Christians in Africa as we have Muslims? Not every African is a Muslim. Are you aware of that?
Listen to this. If African Christians want to come to my country, it's okay. But maybe it's not okay because African Americans, the niggers, they commit way more crime than white people in my country. I don't want more black people here.
But no, that is by proportion. Remember, black people, their population is 13% to the white population. So how? But if you exaggerate it to the real population, still white crime is a lot.
Yeah, but 13% of the population committing 50% of the crime, violent crime, is it not obvious that by proportion they're more dangerous than the average white person? Are you fucking stupid? Do you not understand statistics?
No, I understand statistics.
We don't want black people here. I don't want any black person around me. I want them to fuck off, go away.
So we are here and suck it and get used to it. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Tell me. Tell me what are you gonna do? I'm here. There is nothing you can do. I'm here. I'm not leaving. I'm here. I'm not leaving. So tell me what you're gonna do.
Worm. Nobody wants you around us.
I'm here. Even you don't want me. So tell me what you're gonna do.
Budi, let me ask Dagos a question as we interacted. So, Bwana Dagos, there is a very serious controversial topic which always emerges about white supremacy. So, what do you understand about white supremacy? I want you to help me understand. What is white supremacy?
What? Sorry.
White supremacy.
White supremacy?
Yeah. Is it existent? Is it something which is there, according to you?
Well, okay, so look at all the inventions made in Europe and North America in the last 200 years. Like washing machines and the internet and cell phones and all these things were not created in Africa. They were created amongst white people. It had nothing to do with black. Almost nothing.
Okay, on top of that, yeah, we agree on that. What is your profession, first of all? What do you do?
My profession, I'm involved in pharmaceutical research.
Oh, okay. So can you open your camera kindly? Because we want to engage you now on an intellectual level. On an intellectual level. Now that we are known, we are dealing with a learned person. Can you open your camera so that we can deal on an intellectual level? Because I think you want to have an intellectual discussion.
I think
a
even
discourse.
you, Budi, begin by opening yours. Open your camera and then
So let him. I already opened my camera. I want the guy to open his camera. I always open my camera. I want the guy to open his camera so that we can have an intellectual discourse. And the reason I want to have an intellectual discourse is because I want to record this so that we can understand, your originality of that. So just open your camera if you're a free person to discuss what we ought to discuss.
I think
in merits.
I think I'll open my camera just as soon as you do.
You open your camera. I mean, the host has already opened the camera.
We don't fear discussion
I didn't
here.
see that.
We can discuss with anyone. Douglas, open your camera. I'm also open here. We are not talking rumors.
Yeah, but he's not opening his camera, so I'm not.
No, the host has already opened the camera. That's more important. Nobody knows you here, but you already come. Open your camera.
Obviously,
we have a discourse.
What I'm saying now would actually be particularly controversial in my country.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. As long as you own what.
So you are agreeing. You are agreeing. You are a white supremacist. Okay.
I'm exactly. No, listen. I am 100% a white supremacist. I fucking hate black people. They don't belong in my country. I don't want them anywhere around me. They don't belong.
And I told you that there's nothing you're going to do. I'm here.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not leaving anytime soon. I'm not. So you suck it, get used to it. Now that I'm here and you're here, let's discuss that I'm here and you don't like me. Okay?
What position are you in? Because you asked
I'm
me.
not leaving. I'm here. So let's agree first of all. I'm here and there's nothing you can do. And you're a white supremacist. Then we can start the discussion.
I can do.
There is nothing you can do. Absolutely.
I think he cannot open the camera. Once he has owned up that he cannot open the camera.
Hold on. He's saying
then if he can't open his camera and he has owned up, Njiru, that's not what we subscribe here. Most of us who came here, listen, Njiru, we came here. Njiru, my disclaimer when I came here is you asked a question in regard to Kalonzo. So I came in because you were closing. So with due respect, okay, I came here because of that question, okay? I did not come here to talk about white supremacists, okay? So if you have changed, listen, I came in first.
I'm here now.
So if you want us to discuss about white supremacists, why don't we finish to what I came to do first? And then you can, because I don't have test to talk about white supremacists.
That means okay. Douglas will, but Douglas will only be here if he opens his camera. That's what I wanted him to do. So Douglas, I give you a minute. You open your camera, or we drop you in a very respectful.
I'm not going to open my camera.
Why?
Well, because I don't want to be doxxed. That's exactly why.
You don't know
because you're doing a wrong thing.
I'm not doing.
You know very well. Yes, you are. If you are so fearful of, you know very well you're doing is illegality.
Ontology. I'm entirely in accordance with my own ontology. This is a Christian nation of white people.
We are also Christians, brother. We're also Christians. What do you mean?
Whether I'm a Christian or not, I'm still here.
You don't belong.
And there is nothing you can do.
Do not belong. There's everything.
I don't belong, but I'm still here. How does that make you feel like?
Will be gone. You will be gone. It's not.
But I'm not going. I'm not going yet.
You will.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I've had many people deported. I've reported many people to ICE. We're getting.
Yeah. You are not deporting me because that's not gonna happen.
Listen, do you know how much money I've earned deporting people from my country? I've earned like $2,000, $3,000 by reporting people to ICE.
So is that all the money? Look how petty you are. Is that all the money you're talking about you've earned?
I have my own income.
Njiru, can we discuss what we came to discuss here, Njiru?
You don't belong here.
Go about
you don't belong here. You're garbage. Nobody wants you here. other than your own people. You are not American. You don't belong in.
Sawa. I have dropped him. I don't think we can entertain hatred anyway. Whether you are a black person, a white person, we don't care. But we cannot say like I don't think we can continue talking with somebody who is so sided on one side. You hear like he has even owned up that he's a white supremacist. I don't think that's a discussion we can continue here. I think we respect everybody, regardless of who they are. So I think that one was in a bad taste. Anyway, Budi, go ahead. Inakaa channel ina grow. Ukianzia kuona channel inapata mambo kama hiyo, the channel is doing well. Go ahead, Budi. Budi, go ahead. Finish about Kalonzo.
Yeah, that's a very interesting topic. Yeah, that's a very interesting.
Sorry. Somebody called me on the other phone. I don't know who is
Yeah.
calling.
He is already out. So
Some
sorry,
weird phone call is coming on my phone. Probably somebody is phishing us, but that does not deter us from talking.
Yeah, he has already
talking
gone.
about Kalonzo, and I was actually going back to some of us who believed that what Rigiji did in regard to folding his candidate out of Mbere was the right thing. And I say that we are dealing with an enemy that if we are not careful, he has moles everywhere. If you have seen so far after the election, the people were coming out that actually Ruto planted within Azimio, and they ended up bringing from Sabina Shege and all these people who you thought honestly were in Azimio. And a few weeks ago, before Rigiji came back to Kenya, there was a debate if actually Malala is a mole. Later on, when Mukisa Kitui was appointed, the debate deepened because we were asking, who is actually DCP? Is it another UDA party without our knowledge? And my only conclusion was, I think right now, if any way we want to advance our cause, more especially when the referee IEBC does not favor us, we need to be surgical in approach so that we don't give anybody at all a pathway of what? Of dividing us. And because we yielded for Muturi in Mbere, and we've started seeing cracks. Now, what you're seeing in Ukambani is Ruto is flexing his muscles, because the question you asked is very important for people to understand. Rigiji, Kalonzo, and Ruto are on a battle for Ukambani votes. And Ukambani votes have been critical for Raila, let me tell you, more than the Luo votes. And that is why last time tulipembeleza na tukatongoza Kalonzo by all necessary means. Why? Because we understood without the Ukambani votes, it was going to be an indicative to us that we are headed nowhere. Now, Kalonzo has built himself as a supremo when it comes to building the Wiper party within the Ukambani. And how Ukambani is gravitating right now is, Kalonzo want to build a perspective that he still has hold of it. But actually, the only reason Kalonzo has held the upmost seat within the Ukambani is he has always listened to what the ground says. Now, we have a president who doesn't care about that. If he builds you to have the perspective that you are the spokesperson for that people, what he is likely to do is he will reward you as a person that he will build, that you are their leader. but ikikuja kwa ground atakoroga and make sure that he gets what he wants out of it. The desperation of Ruto is to make sure that, yes, it will allow the mountain, more especially Wachana Kiambu, the other side, that now they are saying it's the Mount Kenya, because now that narrative of Mount Kenya not being Kiambu is very weird. I never thought even one day somebody will come up with that theory. But now that it has come openly, you can understand the fight for the Mount Kenya votes. Now, because still the math is not adding up, they must do everything and everything. Even after taking the Luo votes, all of it, the math is not adding up. Willis Otieno one day alikuwa na, I think was it Obina on the show, and he gave a very interesting maths. And I think, Njuri, if you get that maths on, okay, let's give Ruto all the votes in Luo Nyanza. Let's give him all the votes again in Kalenjin, Rift Valley. All of it, not even don't leave even the Maasai. The maths was not coming at all. And I was like, okay, one time is real. The thing is that Ruto, being a politician, understands just how to get to 50 plus 1. And he's working so hard not to get 51. 50 plus 1. He's working so hard. And we are looking at it and we are not blocking it. Until DCP decides it is not going to have internal democracy, it is going to be ruled by iron fist, you cannot take Ruto out. Internal democracy is not going to take Ruto out, especially party internal democracy, whereby somebody can be given money to come to your party and disrupt it internally. I'm telling you, Ruto is a master of all that. And if we are not ready for that, let us just say, then 2 terms. But if you understand the only way to get Ruto out is to have a unitary place whereby you command and say, for this, not because we really want it, for this, for the sake of removing this person, it has to be done this way. And that's what the ANC did during the days that it faced the apartheid. It got to a point whereby it said, democracy does not work when you people are in the trenches. And they formed Mukoko as Sizwe. Why? Not because they really wanted it, because of the betrayers within the cause, that they were paid and you could not count them. Every now and then they could find out that whatever they had started could not even go halfway. And I'm seeing a situation whereby Ruto will want to frustrate DCP, and he has already started that. If you look at Mizani, how it's taking out its pulse and say, DCP is the most popular party in all these places, but their candidate, but the other party, if it's not, but the other candidate is more popular, but his party is, they are skewing and confusing us. And that is what they want to do to Kambani. That Kalonzo is very popular. However, neither is Gachagua popular. So anybody can come to Ukambani awatuongoze. That is the narrative UDA is building. Is it working? It has started working. Every now and then you hear people say, oh, Gachagua is not electable. Oh, Gachagua is not electable. And we are nodding our head and agreeing to it. It sounds so sweet. But at whose expense? At our expense. Then, tukikuja, for instance, this election, Matiang'i is the most ABCD. But Matiang'i hana party. He's not fielding anybody in the candidates. Look at this by-election. Yes, Matiang'i is popular. Let's agree on that. But the guy has no party. He's not fielding anybody in these by-elections. How are we going to test his popularity then? Is his popularity in speeches? It can't be. It has to be shown on the ground too. And if Matiang'i truly wants to make it, he either gets to DCP by fire, by force, and whether they give him a ticket or not, he helps us get this man out. But otherwise, I think the so-called loose coalition of democracy, I think UDA is ahead of us. That is my dilemma I'm having. And I think we are going to face it in November, and we are going to cry and say, you know what? I think when we are going to take notes and take stock, we are going to look back and say, you know what? There is some democracy is really not democracy. What we call democracy is allowing malls to come in and do what? Dictate their terms. And in the end, when they win, those of us who truly want Ruto to get out will not get our way. Why? Because we love the name democracy. And democracy is a myth. That is what I'm saying about Kalonzo. Kalonzo, we should not be trusted. And secondly, Kalonzo has given Kasongo a pathway to show that Rigiji cannot be trusted. And in the essence, he's playing to the gallery. And the gallery is keep the strongholds. You will get all the MPs, you'll get all the governors, you still get the party funding, but you will give Ruto the presidency. That is the narrative they are going to play to us. Lastly, there is an interesting thing that was said by one of the commentators, and I was shocked. He said, you know what? They are all playing as games. They know they have already made a pact. They know what will happen in 2027. I was really shocked. I was like, you know what? This might be true. All these people, honestly, from Eugene Wamalwa to all these people, they know they have already made a pact. They know what will happen in 2027. It is us we are being played to. So can we get ourselves out of there? Yes. If Rigathi Gachagua does not want to help us win all this by-election, let him come out and tell us, look, this is what is going to happen. The only way we are going to scare Ruto is if DCP wins all these by-elections, period. There's nothing like that. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe Budi, I can ask you, do you want to say, like, from what is happening, Gachagua, maybe from what you have said, what I understand is like Gachagua has not, maybe will not be able to lead that movement of change, which we are so desperately requiring. Is that what you mean, or I'm overstating you? Budi, nimekuuliza swali. I asked you, based on the information which you have given, is Gachagua, okay, Budi ameenda. So, na hiyo wasiwasi yote tuko nayo, and remember, one-term movement is very rewarding. And I don't think, like, regardless of the patron, one-term is self-propelling. One-term is self-propelling. So, ile swali najiuliza ni, if the current actors were one-term, they are not really in the mission, what is left for us? Is a question I was trying to ask, and I was trying to ask even Bwana Budi, but incidentally went. Then Pia, I also wanted to straighten issues, especially for that American who came here, and I wanted to maybe, because maybe he might have been speaking to some people, or maybe there are some people who are trying maybe to look at our channel. Our channel will largely speak about Kenyan issues, but when world emotive issues come, we are always happy to discuss it. We are pro freedom of speech, and we are also pro God. So that is one thing which I also wanted to announce as to ourselves. So we want people to speak. That is why I was candid enough even to give him an opportunity to speak. Hata kama alikuja without even understanding what we are talking about, because we don't fear any dialogue. So I'm ready to handle anyone. So, and we can handle anyone. Hata kama uko CIA, uko NIS, we don't care. We can handle you. We can talk, because this is freedom of speech, and we are trying to funnel truth. So, anu nasema the freedom of speech iliisha. Hapana, ijaisha. We will restore it. Even if people are paying heavy price for it. Umeona kak pale wamemua because of freedom of speech. There are some people who could not, who never wanted to hear anything about that. na wakasema afadhali huyu mtu tumuue. So for us, we are that serious, we can listen to anything. Wengine wetu hatuwezi funga masikio, we can listen to anything and we can argue with you. So it is so unfortunate that that person is very hateful to black people. Sijui hata alisema miguu yao iko na nini. Sijui kama ani ulisikia hiyo, sijui black people their legs do what, their feet do what. But I think I wanted us, we educate him that we have black people or African, because I don't believe black, no one is black anyway, African descent. I always like calling black people African descent. We have African descent people who are very good and who obey the rule of law and who want nice countries. Why do you think we are fighting Ruto? We are fighting Ruto because we want good things. So I think this gentleman need to be educated that there are also African people who want good things. So he should not be bridled that we are all choosing the same things. When others are choosing desperation, some of us, we are choosing progress and building a nation. So that brother need to be told that excellence comes in all colors. They are excellent people, African descent, excellent people, white descent, excellent people, Asian descent, and the Mexicans. They are excellent people everywhere. So, but I think he is a bit scared by these people of the other world. And Ritro, does he know that actually everybody migrated to America? Ni vile siku ya kuimigrate ndio different. Kuna wale walikuja 1600, kuna wale walikuja 1800, there are those who arrived in 1940. So America is a country of immigrants. Other than the natives, all the others came at a different time. So I wanted to put that clear. So whether that guy is from whichever front, I don't care, but the truth of the matter is we cannot funnel hatred here. So when it started saying that disparaging African people, I was a bit unsettled. Especially now coming to talk in an African platform that way, that was not very good. I know that those hatreds, I always read them in books. I didn't know that I will ever meet with somebody who will be talking about those things live to me. Hizi vitu nazisomanga pahali sijui, like people are saying that, ama unasikia somewhere in news ati mtu alisema hivi. I think it was a blessing today for me to hear somebody saying hatred to my ears, nisikie vizuri. I've never heard somebody speaking directly like that. So Bwana Budi, today was my first day to hear hatred coming direct. I always know that hatred is there, but it is not like spoken so direct, like unasikia mtu anasema hivyo. That guy must be very brave. Because even politicians, they don't speak that way. That guy must be very brave if he was able to give those statements nimesikia amesema hapo. He must be very brave. That guy must be very brave. Anyway, and it depicts a small group of minorities in America who feel threatened, like they don't want excellence. So it's unfortunate that we still have people thinking that way. I hope there will be a day when we will judge people differently, not simply because of you just see these people are Africans and you collectively judge them. These are idiots speaking. Because I think that is what was in the head of that guy. Maybe these Africans speaking, these are just idiots wasting their time. So Bwana Budi, nilikuuliza swali and you are not able to respond to me before I give shakes. So I asked you a question. Now that you have put that broad exclamation, can we say that from your own belief, Gachagua will not be able to read the front to oust Ruto out of power? Is that what you meant?
I think the approach that Gachagua is leading is the right one, because I think what they branded Gachagua, even the narrative they used to post him or illegally impeach Gachagua was yeye ni mkabila, and for Gachagua is in a dilemma because if it becomes surgical the way I'm saying, without our help, they will be proving the point that Gachagua, just wanted to be a president, ABCD. And while Ruto, honestly, he's being helped by almost every institution to make sure that he undermines democracy at large. I'm talking about tools of democracy, the process of democracy, and democracy itself by definition. Okay? So Gachagua is in a dilemma. And Gachagua can and should, now that it's evident that people like Eugene, people like Muturi, people like Matiang'i may end up actually helping Ruto become a president. Trust me, when you look at the whole pathway to take power, the people are ready for that. We have the votes to get Ruto out. But Ruto, as a politician and a person who has the tools, has bought the opposition, has bought the media, has bought judiciary, has bought the legislature, has the presidency, including the deputy that he wants. He has mkuu wa majeshi ambaye ni a person he appointed, the police and everything. So the only hope we have is a united front of opposition. Now, if everybody will sit and start asking, oh, you have to give us this, you have to, so we come as franchised people, whereby, honestly, like Azimio came to power, the UDM and other parties immediately that we purportedly lost, all these other parties left and went on the other side. And as towards the election, if we are not going to be one people, before the election, people like Kalonzo will start going because say, after all, DCP is not winning any by-election. And the ratings will start show terribly that DCP and Gachagua are what? Are tribalist. And there is nothing sweet to these people as to brand Gachagua as a tribalist and Kikuyus as people who only want to be power against others. And that narrative works very well when election is there. Trust me. I'm not going to lie to you. You have to stop it now.
Okay, so Budi, I will bring you later. So Shix, go ahead. Do you have something you want to say? And somebody was asking me for the link, nimemutumia. So those people who wanted to join the show, they can join. So nimekutumia link kwa namba yako. Go ahead.
Yes, sasa I think we are fighting a losing battle. One, I don't know why Kenyans are still seated at home with the current people who are in IBC, yeah, and who are purportedly working with Ruto, and people kept quiet, and yet mnataka tuseme one time. I'll just tell you one thing here. Ruto will be president in 2027. Why? Gathoni wa Mushomba seems to be one of the moles in Ruto's kitchen. And so many of them. There was a time, there was this narrative that Marara was meeting, anaitwa nani, Kimani Ichung'wah sometimes back kwa hoteli before they came up with the DCP. Another thing, there are so many accusations about Gachagua that when you want to join the DCP or you want to run with the DCP, he's asking for a lot of money. And then there was this narrative of you cannot come to Mount Kenya without Gachagua. Now, gatekeeping. I am not seeing us winning anything kwa hizi by election. Nimeona hiyo by election ya Marava, huyo mwenye ameongoza ni mtu wa UD, and that's a message. And Ruto made sure with his people they will do everything ndio hiyo by election ikuwe ni mtu wa UDA mwenye ameshinda, na imekuwa hivyo. There are so many, nimesema kuna accusation mingi sana za Gachagua, za watu wanasema wanaitishwa hii pesa, sijui hakuja kuwa na nini, and so on and so on. I am not seeing the spirit ya opposition fighting. Unajua we are in a war, na wakati mko kwa vita you should always be prepared, and when you want to defeat your enemy, you don't give them a chance even to breathe. Gachagua kukua ati mtu hawezi kuja Mount Kenya because of yeye hajakupea ruhusa ama mko na yeye. Sasa hiyo sio siasa, that is selfishness. And I'm telling you, I am not seeing us winning this battle. Ruto has moles, he has the IEBC. You guys want us to go to this 2027 tutaenda kwa uchaguzi with the current IEBC. I am not going to vote, sorry. This is the EIBC yenye iko ndio itafanyisha watu uchaguzi. That one I can assure you I will not be part of that. 2027 sita participate, and I'll be in my house sleeping. I don't have time to waste again. I wasted lots of time in 2022, lakini saa hizi sina hiyo time ya muda wa kupoteza sana. People like Matiang'i na nini. Matiang'i, let's just be honest. Maraga, those are the only two people. Na tuongeze sasa Kalonzo hapo. Those are the only people who mwenye anaweza enda asimame mahali watu wanamjua waseme juu kazi yao. Matiang'i watana na hii propaganda ya watu wa kushindana akisema sijui aliua nani, sijui alifanya nini. But Gachagua should not be kushinda akiambia watu watakuwa kwa debe, atakuwa kwa nini. Gachagua is a good mobilizer, hiyo sikatai. But the person who should be at least anaongea, and I'm not seeing him coming out as a mtu mwenye anataka kuwa. Unajua hii kitu, hii hata kuna wakati Uhuru aliwaambia, hii mambo ya presidency si ati unangoja upewe. My friend, ni unangangana, na unangangana juu chini. I am not seeing that spirit. And if we are going to 2027 with this IEBC, Ruto has already done his thing. Mmesikia wale watu wa Dubarad washapewa mpaka ma-ID. Wengine sijui, juzi uliona, sijui how many registered voters wenye wanafaa kurejestiwa, sijui from, is it Marsabit or ama Garissa ama ilikuwa wapi. And people are just keeping quiet. And then, sisi wa Kenya, we all have a price. Those bloggers who are on opposition currently, wote wameenda kwa Ruto. Wabunge wako kwa Ruto. We don't know between now and 2027, hatujui ni wagapi wenye watakuwa wamejoin Ruto. Sisi tunaweza kuwa tukipigana, lakini ni sasa tunaweza kuwa tunapigana ile vita yenye hata wenye hao politicians they are just waiting for a time, they jump over the sea na waende wakakule samaki and leave you with your problems. The problems that are in Kenya right now, sijui hata watu wanalala aje, ama ni sisi tu tuko na mashida, ama ni mimi peke yangu. Are you guys experiencing mashida, ama ni mimi niko na mashida ati? Yani ama ni mimi naona mambo haiendi vizuri. Unajua ni vizuri niulize hivyo. For me things are not okay, but I am not seeing anything being done. Sometimes some of us take a break ndio tuache wengine tuone kama kuna kitu itaendelea, lakini it seems that there is nothing. There is no that spirit ya huyu mtu lazima aende nyumbani. Watu hawako, ni kama watu walichoka. Sasa wakichoka, surely what is going to happen? We are going to have Ruto for another 5 years. And can I tell you guys, after having Ruto for another 5 years, you know what he will do? Ruto is a politician. He's not a leader. He's a politician and a dealer. He will make sure akitoka hiyo 2032. Unaona venye Uhuru aliachilia hii ya Raila ati Ruto ataacha mwenye anataka hapo. Why? Because he doesn't want, if he goes home, someone who can bother him. Hataki kuanza kuambiwa sijui Ruto amepelekwa kotini sijui alifanya. So he will leave his person there to protect him. And we are going to be in another mess for over 10 years, 5 years, before we think what we want to do with this country. It is now. And I'm not, na Gachagua amekuwa na accusations mingi sana, not from opposition by the way. Mimi si mtu wa kusikia propaganda. This I'm saying from someone very close to him. Na hata nilimwambia jana, if people keep on seeing these things and you guys are not even going to tackle mnanyamaza tu, ama if that is what he's doing behind the curtains, even those people who have gone to Munyoro, I am not seeing sioni tukishindana na hii vita. Hii lazima lazima tutauma nje. Na mimi I'm not ready for another heartbreak ya last time. It was enough for me, so nitaachia wenye uwanja wapambane as I sip my coffee ama my wine in my house. But kama kina Kalonzo venye wako, sioni mtu wako na hiyo spirit ya opposition saa hizi. Sijui amepewa pesa ama what is going on. Kuna ka aura ka opposition kenye kamekosekana kabisa. But wacha ninyamaze juu mimi si mwanasiasa na siwezi taka kuwa kwa siasa. I'm just giving my opinion. Thank you.
Sawa Shiks. So nimesikia ukisema, so umekuja kufurahisha. Naona Rachel Keino Kibaki could not pronounce that name the other time. So but anyway ni sawa. So please, if you have not subscribed our channel, nitakuomba you subscribe us. So Rachel, umefanya vizuri umekuja, but I want to promise you that we might seem formless or ni kama hatujielewi, but we will deliver.
There is nowhere we are going. There is nowhere we are going.
Why do you say
mambo ya
that?
kwanza Gachagua kwanza kusema ati atakuwa kwa debe kwanza aweke kando. The nini sasa wanakuwa wakianza wangekuwa wamesha wanakuja kwa nini kwa ground kuambia watu policies and this. Imagine my KMP. Hiki KMP kia huku kwetu. Huku yu gadoni wa Mushomba. You heard what Kimani Ichung'wah was saying. Said the other day. We have moles in the DCP. By the way, mimi Njiro heri ni wachane na siasa kabisa. Hata sitaenda kupiga kura, mimi nikae kwangu. But I am not going through what I went through in 2022 again. Wacha iende. Wacha tuteseke. By the way, mimi Njiro hata ninaona ni kama ni mimi tu naona Kenya iko na shida. Ama because why do we just sit down without going to the root cause of what is the root cause? Why? Okay, Azimio ilishinda uchaguzi ni ukweli, na after walishinda, what happened? What was the root cause? What happened? Chebukati amekufa, but the root cause ya Kenya ya uchaguzi ni IEBC. Lakini watu wamenyamaza tu, mnashinda mkisema, hata nikisema one time na uchaguzi. Let me tell you, hata tukienda kuchaguana tutokeleze sisi wote tupige one term, IEBC will determine who will be the Kenyan president, and they are going to announce that person. They are going to do that. So the root cause ni IEBC. Why can't we just, the opposition na watu wakuwe na waform groups to mobilize, tuanze kupigana na hii IEBC. IEBC should be neutral. But ulisikia hata huyo mwenye alichaguliwa, mwenye alireplace Chebukati ati ni he's a relative to who? Njiro. Is it Junet or something? Or
nilisikia ni relative wa yule former governor to Turkana.
Nanok.
Yeah, Nanok ni. Anyway,
Sheiks, you see, let me tell you.
Ndio shida yetu iko IBC. Watu hawataki Ruto, lakini lazima pia opposition watie bidii wakuwe na msimamo, lakini IBC iko na shida Njiro. Tutaenda kupiga kura lakini IBC itadetermine mwenye ataingia hapo. Wacha nikwambie ukweli.
Hakuna vile Ruto atapata kura mbili na wamu-announce. So the idea is if we overwhelmingly vote against Ruto, it doesn't matter where IBC will be standing. We can Sheiks, we can make it. So at the end of the day, as long as Kenyans know what they want. So, and when Kenyans know what they want,
with the current IBC, Njiro, tell me, ebu niambie venye kura zikienda kuhesabiwa with the current IBC venye hata tukipiga hiyo one term. For me, ningeulizwa ninataka nani Matiang'i akuwe wa flag bearer ama Kalonzo. Lakini maybe Matiang'i akuwe deputy wake or something. Lakini niambie with the current IBC, wewe unaona kama wewe unajua 2022 karibu nikufe. Na unajua hivyo. Wakati niliona Chebukati amebeba kale karatasi, nilikwenda huko nie. Mimi siwezi kubali heartbreak kama hiyo. Sikukula for 3 days.
No.
By the way, do you know I hate watching TV today?
After every 5 years, lazima ukuanga unakaa umeshikilia roho.
Wewe nyamaza na hata ulikuwa unalia Raila ameshindwa.
I am
not ready. My point is Njiro, lazima tukue na that keondo keu gya kuhurana na mundu uyu. Ruto is not just a simple person, and we need sio mtu mmoja. We all need to fight this guy, and fighting Njiro ila vitu sasa naona anaenda bahari, watu wanaanza na watu wanapewa pesa tena, lakini tena hii kitu yenye Gachagua amesema ati mkiitiwa pesa mnaenda State House mnakula pesa. Surely Njiro unaitwa ati na Kasongo, watu wakiambiwa na mobiliziwa, mimi ati I join them niende State House nikakule pesa. That is not someone who is principled. People like me, you cannot honga me. I can't go. What is that? Unajua ukienda nitasikiza uongo ya Ruto nianze kubadilisha akili. Kuna watu wengine they don't have that second thought.
Yani Sheiks nataka kuniambia unaweza sikia uongo ya Ruto uanze kubadilisha akili. Basi inakaa basi.
Not me. Njiro, don't put me. Nimesema watu wenye walikuwa UDA, people who were ride by Ruto in 2022, they are the ones now who have joined DCP. Mimi am chamaress for now. They are the one who have joined DCP. Then wanaenda kwa Kasongo wanapewa mchere na nyama. Then wanapewa 5,000, mara 10,000. Na hii Kenya. Njiro. Gachagua na angeriria andu ake matikana.
Don't worry, we will make it.
Lakini watu wetu wako na tamaa sana. Watu wetu wako na tamaa sana. Mnaitiwa mnaenda mnakula. Mnaenda kukula pesa ya nini? Be a principled person. If it is one time, it is one time. These are the same people who are told by Ruto, sijui tutawaletea mpaka wifi kwa soko. Ile mama boga ya hapa kwetu namuonanga bado hapo. Mwenye alikuwa anaongea kwa hizo anaenda hizo mikutano zao. Maana mnaambiwa hivi and they believed him. Njiro, we tried to turn these people to believe what we are telling them about. Wamenaga terere kafango mere awe kore muraika mugeni. I mean hata Raila sababu yeye akiona red carpet ni kama angetosheka. But we told them this is a young guy. If he gets into power, it will be very hard to remove this guy from power. Man, hata mfanye nini? It is, unless all Kenyans waamue. Lakini mimi najua Wakenya washaamua ni one term Njiro. But with the current IBC, unajua mimi sijui kama nitawahi samehea Chebukati. I don't know. Njiro.
Chebukati yako kwa kaburi anaweza sasa umsamehe sasa. We are the living now. Chebukati is with the dead. We are the living. Sorry.
Ndio kani uramenya ati IBC wata announce yule mtu mwenye wanataka. And you know what is going to happen Njiro? Hata kwa constituencies, hata tukisimamisha mtu wa DCP. Kuna kitu niliwahi sema hapa Njiro. In Mount Kenya we need what we call civic education. Sana. We need those groups zenye zinaenda zikiongelesha watu sana. Sisi kama kwetu watu wameanza kupelekewa unga na wanakula, wanapewa 500, ati hizo ni empowerment, and you can see them there Njiro. My mother being sahi aedangi anachukia Ruto, lakini kuna watu bado ninaona wanaenda. There are people who I know from my area walikuwa kwa UDN na bado wanaitwa kwa hizo program na wanaenda. Ati juu mtu atapewa unga na 500. Ati na wanaanza kusema, na unamuona kwa picha mahali amepostiwa ati amesema tu tamshua Njiro. And these are, you know me, I have this phobia, and you can all comment whatever you want to comment. I have this phobia ya watu wenye walikuwa UDA, trusting them again, and umeshawaona State House na hizi empowerment youth, unawaona huko na kina Dede Nyoro who are moles, na unawaona tena na kina nani wanaitwa Kimani Ichung'wah, unawaona na yule wa Madera. I am having a hard time trusting these people that we are on the same page. We might find ourselves tukiwa watu watano, wengine hapa wanaturima comment section kama kwa Mutembei. Ni digo kwa ni siasa kidarega na ni hakudadi soro.
Haya ni sawa, ina shida. So okay, Sheikh, that one is okay. We appreciate, but we cannot lose the focus, we cannot lose the spirit. We are making it. So I know Ruto will try to do so many gymnastics, trying to show us how useless we are, how we cannot be able to plan anything. But I trust the process. I trust the people who are in our front, and we are making it. So we will keep that spirit. You know, the opposition, there will be confusion initially because there is a lot of push and shove here. Huyu anataka kukua hii, huyu anataka kukua hii. But at the end of the day, we will align. On the issue of policy, Sheiks, policy is not needed now. Policy is not needed now. What we need now is to show Ruto's problems. So you don't need policy now. Policy is usually the easiest thing. Doing the right thing is usually straightforward. So don't be worried about that. So whether the one-term movement is giving policies or not, we are good. So what they should focus on is making Kenyans understand who Ruto is, his problems, and what he is not doing. If they manage to do that, now when it comes to prostrating, because you prostrate what you want to do through identifying mistakes of somebody. It is a continuous process. So Sheiks, don't be worried that the one-term movement has not given policy. They don't need to.
Zero. Gutire na liquidation Kenya. People are crossing their businesses na tulipewa expert Mbadi. Sijui kama uliona pia expert wa Nepal venye alitandikwa na jenzi wa huko mpaka kwa barabara. Si tulipewa expert ya Raila ya ODM Mbadi. Hakuna liquidation, watu pia wanafunga kazi. There is nothing that is going on in Kenya. Anyone who woke up to vote Ruto, to punish someone. I saw Babagena the other day, and I envied the life he's living. Akiwa kwa ushago amekaa chini, ameenda maomborezi. Njiro, I'm telling you, the problem that we have in Kenya, if we are going to give Ruto another 5 years to get into power, Njiro to agakorwo hata leo unajua inabakianga sasa, hata si sasa vita si ya mdomo ukinya ni ya moko. Ndio kwaria githungu batigeke ati Njiro. I'm telling you, Ruto akichukua another 5 years, this country is wrong gone. We will be like Uganda. We are going to be a country that someone cannot even you don't have joy to live in that country, Njiro, if he's going to go for another 5 years. So we better fight now, starting now, no giving him time to breathe. Mimi nilikuwa nafurahia sana venye ilikuwa, unajua mimi ni mtu wa vita. Nilikuwa nafurahia venye tumaandamano huku hapa kule nini, ameleta kabili tunaangusha nini, vitu kama hizo. We really need to disturb this man's peace. Hafai kuhera, dafati ya ukoro wakiona toro. Ni tumsumbue kabisa. Ndio akienda kupanga, ashindwe kupanga zile vitu akipanga. But if we give him a break, anaweza kupanga vitu zake. We should not give him time to breathe. Njiro. Kidoge kati.
No, of course story ya kumtoa hiyo tulishindwa. Now we have to do the constitution one.
That one is now the one remaining.
Sio kumtoa Njiru, kumwagagia, kumsumbua akiwa hapo, akose amani. Akikosa amani haizi panga zile vitu wanapanga za 2027 with these people. They will be planning on how now tutako us, na sisi tunakuwa a step ahead of him. Si kumtoa, wacha tulisema tugoje 2027, but lazima tumsumbue. Giving him some time to breathe is giving him tunampea time ya kufikiria vitu na vile atatupanga na vile anatucholea, anapanga, anaambia watu IBC wa register sijui watu kutoka hapo ndio huo Jubaland ndio hiyo nini. And you can, by the way, the things Gachagua keeps on saying ni vitu zenye zinakuja kufanyika, hata unaziona sometimes kwa media. We are not just dealing with an ordinary guy. Huyu ni mtu mwenye saa hizi mkimnyamazia anakuwa a step ahead of us. Me, by the way, having a Ruto presidency, I would rather go and live with Samia Suluhu ama hata Museveni. I'm so done with this country. I am so done with this country.
Sawa Shik, so naona hapa kuna dilema ya Yvonne Okwara hapa. We can end with it. Niende nikaponde hiyo maneno ya supremacy, sababu nimeshtuka. So kuna story ya Yvonne Okwara hapa which is being discussed today.
All right, guys, here today's top stories and not the world segments. Number one, they say that a dead clock tells the right time twice a day. And in line with that, even Yvonne Okwara, who has many misses, finally had a hit. Just listening to this monologue.
Yes, 3 years into this administration, we're still talking about what will be done. Development, when it is real, doesn't need this much hype. You feel it. Numbers, when they are true, speak for themselves. They don't need to be shouted from rooftops or stuffed into speeches like free candy. But here we are, being schooled in economics at every rally, being fed growth figures and percentages, while our wallets tell a different story. Here we are, being told that this and that is working. I mean, it is all working. It's all good. Best systems the world over, they say. Best there ever was, best there ever will be. And if you dare disagree or even question this system or that system, this program or the other, you're either a fraud, corrupt, resistant to change, a non-believer, haven't accepted that so-and-so won the election, and so forth. And then finally, you'll be told to wait until 2027.
Yvonne is right on the money. It's 3 years into this administration. Until date, we are talking about what we will do, not what we have done. Just listening to this Kenyan, who is very notorious for this behavior that Yvonne has highlighted.
Mnajua mwaka ule mwingine tulikuwa na kiangazi kubwa na watu wengi walipoteza mifugo yao. Kama serikali, na nataka wabunge wafuatilie, tumesema ya kwamba wale watu walioathirika zaidi, familia karibu 10,000 ambayo mifugo yao yote ilipotea. Tumeweka pesa ya serikali shilingi bilioni 1 tufanye restocking, na tumesema kwa wale wanahitaji mbuzi na kondoo 55,000 tutanunua kama serikali na tuwapa.
Ati tutanunua, tumetenga, there is no day utawaisikia tumefanya. Na ukiuliza the same Ruto shida iko wapi, atakwambia ni sisi. Just listening to this.
You know, sometimes I get into trouble with Kenyans because I walk by faith. Many walk by sight. They say, we have not seen. You are lying. We have not seen. So that's the disconnect sometimes I do have, because it takes time for people to see.
Lakini hata yeye ajue soon ataangalia final tally ya kura na ambiwe ako na 3 million, Kalonzo 6.4 million. Na akiuliza wananchi walipeleka kura yao wapi, tutakwambia just walk by faith as you told us to walk by faith. Just walk by faith pole pole, ukirudi sugoi. If we cannot see the development you're telling us to walk by faith, hata hiyo kura yeye ataona, he will walk by faith out of office. Second story of the day. In a typical society, you expect a lot of the criminal activity to be taking place amongst the youth, the Gen Zs, the millennials, and so on and so forth. But now, ni wazee ambao wanaiba. Wezi si watoto tena. They are going for senior citizens who nobody can suspect. Just check out this tip.
Angalia, wallahi hii mwizi mzee amekuja hapa, hata siku hizi bana jinsi na kuja kuvunja duka ya watu hapa town. Hapa Skylat iko hapa Jamia Mall. Kuna hii mzee amekuja, ameingia, angalia, mafungua amaiba laptop. Mtu kaangalia anaona mtu mzuri, la falfaltu, ona ameiba ndio ule ameenda. Yahu.
That reminds me of the Swahili saying, umdhaniaye ndiye siye, na umdhaniaye siye ndiye. Number 3, the owner of Modern Furniture Limited, Awan Murage. I've seen a video of him watching his business going up in smoke. It's so sad. Just check this out. I just hope he had a fine.
So Jushik ameenda bila kunipea hiyo story. Kwani kwa Murage kulichomeka? I was not aware of that. Like that is so sad if that is the rate at which Kenyans are losing business. Then somebody has also shared with us a very frustrating photo. Ng'ombe za Raila. Hizo ni ng'ombe za Raila. So ng'ombe za Raila zinasema hivi, kama baba Raila ashasema Ruto 2 term, who are you to criticize? Funga mdomo. Huyo ni Bandi anasema ati kama ati baba Raila ashasema Ruto 2 term, who are you to criticize? Wewe ni nani kupingana na? There was a time they used even to call Raila Odinga Baba Roho na Baba Roho Mtakatifu. So sad. So ati Bandi anasema kama Raila amesema, who are you? Maneno ni kweli. Things are so much. Haya, wacha tusikie Kindukule. Let's hear what Wafula had to say about Kindiki and then we close the show. Tuende kwa mambo zingine.
Someone somewhere seems to have alerted Professor Kindiki that if he doesn't wake up, he will soon be replaced come 2027. Hence, he's already started defending his position of Deputy President of Kenya. Just listening to this.
Mimi siwezi kuwa Deputy President ati na hapa Meru rais hana support. It is not possible. It is not possible. If I am the Deputy President, lazima rais aheshimiwa hapa. Kama hamtaki, mniambie nitoke basi. Yeah. So, sisi tuko pale na atusifu rais bure. Tunasifu rais kwa sababu kuna yale amefanya na kuna yale tunataka atufanyie.
Sifu Mungu, wacha kusifu mtu ambaye atakufa kama wewe na atahukumiwa kama wewe. Anyway, here's exhibit 2 of Kindiki begging for support of Kenyans.
Eboriuga bokanenkera William Ruto 2 term. Bokanenkera William Ruto 2 term. Kabo kamonenkera 2 term botige kendeke wenu. Hata mimi niko hapo. Kwa hiyo 2 term. Hiyo ya William Ruto. Kija kendeke wenu leo. Kweli. Tambo ni baba kuwa kija tuetore. Oh my goodness. Tuendelee tusiendelee.
Now in this
That is enough. Mnasikia vile Kindiki anajitetea. Anyway, that was the information tonight. It was good to have interacted with you. Tutapatana kesho after kanisa majaliwa yake. Keep the spirit. We have to win this war. Some countries people are winning. Malawi, they have won. Botswana, they won. Kenya, we can win. and we will be happy. We are not saying that tukishinda kazi imeisha. The building process of Kenya is forever. We need a thin country. Even advanced countries wanaendelea kujenga. So please, nitawaomba kwa heshima, if there is somebody you can share with our podcast and you believe that our podcast is educative and can form part of building awareness to our relatives and our friends, please make them to understand. I am so happy that even white supremacists can come into our show and listen to us. You are doing well, and let's continue. Nimeona hata law is power. Mwanamwitangaji, let me see. Law is truth. Law is truth that usually anakujanga after the recording, but nimemuona amekuja leo. So law is truth. Yeah, she educated me. Law is truth. Me, I don't care whether you are racist or not. All what I care is in your willingness to funnel the truth. I'm not that person who stays in racial quarters, unfortunately. I'm that person who believes in working with everybody. So me, I don't care your color. So I work with any person who genuinely loves human beings. I'm there. So I'm not in racial quarters. Racial quarters are too small for me. So I don't care. So that is why even those discussions whereby somebody want to say like these people hate us, what, I don't want to be in that. I want to understand human behavior at a level of individualizing it. Yeah. So we have to individualize where the crime is. So wanasema yes, not Dagoth, well done. So yeah, law is true that amekuja. In fact, today I'm surprised that wewe unapendanga kuona tukirecord. Law is true, wewe unakujanga tukirecord. After tumerecord, you usually watch the recorded one. I'm surprised that today you are here. So inakaa Dagoth ndiye amekuleta. And who told you Dagoth was here? And in fact, I want to host Dagoth. I wish I can get him, but Dagoth, if you are listening to me, I want to host you. Those are some of the. I would want to have a communication, to have a platform with you where we are discussing about white supremacy, black power, those things, because they are things which exist and people are not talking about. So I would want to engage you about those emotive areas and differences between why you think black people are not supposed to be in America, and then as we are discussing black people are not supposed to be in America, why are we going to stop everybody from visiting anyone? Are we going to say that even like this particular group of people, they are not welcome in Africa? Those are things we need to ask ourselves. I thought human beings are interdependent. Human beings are more interdependent. We depend on each other. I don't think there is anyone who will be successful. Even God gives you grace to serve others. And that is why hata Marekani wakiisha hiyo neema ya kusaidia wengine, even what God has given them will fade away. Don't think that if you refuse to help, you are accumulating. No, you actually wither. So sometimes Mungu anaweza kupea neema ili usaidie mtu mwingine fulani akona shida pale. So if at this particular time God has given America grace to do some revival, some things, some help to some suffering people, they better take that mission seriously. Because if you don't do that, because at the end of the day, lazima Mungu asaidie yule mtu anataka kusaidia, and he uses people. So if America doesn't want to help somebody, that responsibility will be taken by somebody else. So, but I don't think America, that's what they want to do. They want us, even as they are engaging with us, they want to engage with us at a responsible point. Wanataka yani tunashikana vizuri, nyinyi mnajisaidia hiyo pande na hawa wanajisaidia hiyo pande. So, and we can help each other or without hate. tunaweza saidiana bila chuki. We can help each other without hate. So Dago, clear out hatred from your heart. In fact, you proclaimed you are a Christian, but being a Christian and propagating hate at the same time, those are not aligning spirits. In fact, Jesus was over preaching about love, feeding the destitute and people who did not have anything. That was the principle of Jesus. So if you believe that the white society, not white society, the Western civilization, as you called it, because that's what it said, if you believe the Western civilization is about Christianity and love, then you must find a way of accommodating others and seeing how you are going to work with them without necessarily having to destroy their nations, and at the same time seeking collaboration and without prejudging that these people are coming to destroy your nation. It's very important. We need to have those lines. So I would want Dago here for a very serious discussion. Dago is one of the person. In fact, naweza fungua kituo tu kesho tu na nimungoje. I wait for you, Dago. I will be proud to discuss with you, to engage with you, even at the back of the camera. I would want to hear more of what you have to say. At least I would also want to understand some of these human beings who are having this superiority complex too much. And literally, you know that whether you are a superior human being or you are inferior human being, as you want to claim, there's no any human being who is going beyond 100 years. In fact, the lifetime of a human being is between 75 and 80. So I don't know. Like I'm superior than these ones. Inasaidia na nini? Na sisi ni wapita. We are all passing. We are just the parents of the next generation. That is all we are. Kuna kitu ingine. Francis, I did not say that I'm supporting them, but I would like to engage them. So, hiyo ni kipindi yangu nimeitisha. You don't need to come and listen. If there's a white supremacist who want to engage me, I'm free to talk with him. So I will not fear you because you are white supremacist or you are KK. I will engage you. Because if you believe you have an intellectual way of reasoning, I will talk with you. So it's not about supporting them. There is difference between, I don't know, Francis, I think you don't understand English. There's a difference between talking and supporting. Unless you are not serious with the language. There's a difference between talking with somebody and supporting somebody. So don't feel words from me. Otherwise tutakosana bure. Tutakosana. And sitaki uniingia hivyo unaniingia. Hapo unaniingia vibaya. So stop reasoning for me. That's okay. Low, even if he is a racist, I'm ready to discuss with a racist. Yeah, I don't care. I meet with them all the time. Even if you're a racist, just come. We will talk. Come. So me, I will not fear you because you are a racist. So who is a racist to me? And some of these people, they are doing DNA analysis all the time. They are doing DNA all the time. Another racist ameenda akafanyiwa DNA akakuta akona 11% black. He was even disputing those results. No, kwanza alikuwa anaambiwa from Conakry. You're 11% DNA from Conakry, Guinea. That's where your ancestors come from. But the guy, the skin is black, is white. But he is 11% Guinea. He said, "Oh no, I can't be Guinea. I can't be Guinea." So anasema sijui kama mnajua maneno ya DNA, unajua you can be told where your DNA comes from. So jamaa amepima, he looks white lakini akona 11% Guinea. Hell broke loose. And akaanzia kusema it has been doctored. I can't have another day from Guinea. And nasikia jamaa anaambiwa you are 11% for, no, he looks white. He looks white. Lakini aliambiwa ako na 11% Guinea. He is 11% Guinea. It was a whole riot. So yeah, of course, naona yani ni kama naelewa kidogo. You see, people have overmixed, and the Caucasian. Let me talk about the Caucasian. Hao watu wanajitanga Caucasian ni wazungu, au tunaitanga wazungu, the Caucasians. The Caucasians, people from Caucasian, they are actually Caucasian people. Historically, they mean they are people from Persia. Persia ni hapo Iran. That is the original place where Caucasian people were believed to be from. Either hapo Iran, Tajikistan hapo, you see, hapo Russia hapo. Those were the Caucasian people where they were believed to have emerged from, or to have lived thousands of years ago. Caucasians, Caucasian ni watu ya hapo. So Caucasians, the Caucasian people who are people from hapo Black Sea, actually Black Sea hapo, that is it was a concentration point. Initially during Hitler time, it was, you know, Caucasians, much of their things are recessive. The color is recessive and the eyes are recessive. That's why if you are Caucasians, the pure ones who used to have blue eyes, although the blue eye is going down with the time. If you are blue-eyed and you are married by another Caucasian person who has a black eye, the children will have black eye because the blue eye is recessive. So that's now the issue. That's why now you are now seeing the blue eye is disappearing with the time. There was a time when Germans were like 80% blue eyes. They don't have. In fact, the only country whereby close to 90% of the population, they have blue eyes ni Estonia peke yake na Moldova, those former Soviet nations. But if you go in Britain, you'll not meet the blue eyes. So 80%. So that is what happened. So 80% are Caucasian. So I will not forgive. So, and wewe mimi ni mulami wenyu. Okay. Yes, one drop rule applies to all. Yeah, so that's what happened. So the Caucasian people wanatoka hapo Black Sea. So the blue-eyed people wamepotea. So there was even a time they used to discriminate Italians in 1900 because they didn't have the blue eyes. But sasa wakakuja wakaanzia kuona ni kama if we don't include the Italians, the population of Caucasians is too small. So they included. Sasa saa hii, the next wave, even Indians will be Caucasians. In the next wave, Indians and the Chinese will be Caucasian. Wanaenda wakiongezewa kwa hiyo bracket. Wewe ni pure breed, mzungu mwitu. Yani sawa. Anyway, mimi nimeshukuru. Weak genes, the nerve. Na angesema hafadhali the West. Listen. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I'm using this one. Don't worry. So, afadhali the West leaves us alone instead of saying stay in your country. And Paul, I never dropped you an email when I said Embu is like home. Babea Trump came from Germany. Yeah, and the mother from Scotland. So they are all Germans. They are all, in fact, first generation yake walitoka. Trump tu peke yake ndiye tu the first generation American from his family. Trump the first generation, lakini baba yake na mama yake they had to get citizenship citizenship of America. So, and kila mtu uko apart from natives and Indians. Yeah, of course. That's what happens. So that is not something which we should be worried about. So those things happen. Anyway, thank you very much. I honor your coming, and it is a story we will keep on building. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Now, please kama uja subscribe show yetu. We keep on building it. Share widely. I hope we share stories which are helpful and appreciative. And Dagoth, we miss to discuss with you. Thank you and bye.